who are watching via social media, hello, welcome to the party. But we want
Morning.
we might have had a technical glitch a while ago, and we're saying no way, no technical glitches today. But certainly, just as I was saying, I was greeting those of you who are watching via social media, just to remind you that registration is still open on the ECCB platform. It's completely free, and you get access to more offerings when you register. So we're gonna get it. We're gonna get the conference started, and we're going to do it very differently today. We said that the topic is food and nutrition security, and who best to have a breakfast chat with than Barton Clark, Executive Director, Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute. And if you want to know a little bit more about him, Mr. Clark is a national of Barbados. Hello to all the Bajans in the house, and has a wealth of professional experience in agricultural development and a deep understanding and knowledge of the region's political and socio-economic systems. In his position, Mr. Clark is responsible for overseeing the development and implementation of the Institute's work program, inclusive of donor-funded projects. He also leads resource mobilization activities so as to increase scientific and technological research, innovation, and partnerships critical to boosting the region's agricultural sector. We also want to remind you that if you want to learn more about our speakers, simply go to the tab Meet the Speakers and find out more. Mr. Barton Clark, welcome, welcome. Thank you so very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. On behalf of the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, in fact, on behalf of the entire agricultural family through CARICOM, let me express appreciation, I think, for the opportunity. Let me thank the OECS Secretariat, the University of West Indies, the OECS Central Bank, World Bank, etc., for providing us something with this to discuss issues around agriculture and food security in the Caribbean.
It's a pleasure to have you. Our specific topic is how can Caribbean food systems emerge stronger? But before I do, I'm simply going to ask, how are you and the other Bajans doing? Because we do know that you guys have been affected by the volcanic eruption, the volcanic ash that took place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. How are you guys?
I am doing well. We have life. We're very grateful for the fact and think that we're not in St. Vincent.
Yeah.
And we are inundated with ash, but we have life, and therefore, once we have life and so on, then we will go.
We're great. All right, good to know. My grandfather is Bajan, so I've been checking in on him as well. All right, so let's get this party started. We're not going to assume that everyone, in terms of all of our attendees, are on the same level when it comes to their knowledge of food systems and why they're important and why we need to become self-sustaining. So for the purposes of the conversation, what are food systems and why do we need to really know about them?
Food systems really encompasses that whole suite of products and actions that lead to a quality life via the food that we consume. And I say quality life because I know that some of us eat for the sake of eating, specifically to quality life. And I made that reference as well to when I was a kid growing up, the issue was mostly about protein, energy, malnutrition. Mm-hmm. The various governments across the Caribbean introduced, milk and biscuits at 10 o'clock in the morning to help us deal with this matter. Right? Then we really couldn't afford meat and another luxuries. Mm-hmm. The converse is decidedly not the same today. in that today we have major issues of chronic and non-communicable diseases, attributed in large part, I think, to our diets. And that's why it's important, I think, for us to look at food systems in their entirety. Um, and and policy and regulatory frameworks and marketing and distribution and connectivity and the private sector and the small farmers and the large farmers, all of that constitute part of the food system.
So we're looking at the entire ecosystem from the very first persons who are planting and sowing and reaping to everyone who adds to the value chain all the way up to the distribution, to the plate.
Up to consumption.
Up to the plate on the table. All right. So in the Caribbean, we're known for, I mean, we have our lands, and of course, some islands are bigger than others. And some of us tend to focus on certain types of crops or certain types of food in comparison to others. You know, what do we do right when it comes to the Caribbean, in terms of food systems? What are we getting right? And what do we need to tighten up on?
There are some excellent. I mean, let's face it. As the political winds have changed, we moved from a position where we were primarily associated with the production of raw material to sustain industry in metropolitan countries. Then, of course, we had the World Trade Organization emerging, and it was felt and think that was an unfair advantage to us. So as a consequence, we've had the demise of sugar and banana and all these other things. So we've also at the same time have had an increase in our investments in tourism and manufacturing and the like. And one can argue very strongly that agriculture has not necessarily been front and center when it came to economic development. However, that is changing, and it manifests particularly since the advent of COVID-19. What we've seen is a decided political will, numerous pronouncements, numerous actions by member states of CARICOM, and in fact, they've set a target, 25% reduction in the food import bill by 2025, and have been able to get the private sector on board. That, to my mind, is significant. That's a significant driver of helping us to deal with the issues of food and nutrition security.
It's huge.
But on the other hand, don't let us for a moment think that all is not, that everything is
perfect.
No, right? One key example is the poultry industry in the Caribbean. Remember, 80% of the protein that we consume is poultry. And the Caribbean produces 80% of that. It is the biggest investment in the agricultural sector and right across the region. And in fact, we do have even spare capacity. Jamaica, Belize, Guyana, Trinidad, etc., do have spare capacity. So it, to my mind, is relatively easy for us to move to where we can be self-sufficient and so on in poultry, right?
And I don't even mean to cut you, but even when you mentioned poultry, Jamaica, we produce a lot of poultry. And I believe to the end of maybe last year, in 2020, we actually had a shortage of chicken, where we as a population, we were now told, hey, you can't come into the supermarkets and buy more than 2 parcels. And that is how bad the situation became. And so to your point, the importance of becoming self-sustaining, where your population can live freely and have their chicken without shortages, is something that we definitely have to ensure just does not happen in the future.
But in order for us to be able to do that, we got to look at the entire value chain. We got to be in control of the entire value chain. As it stands currently, we import the raw material to manufacture the feed. We import the medication. We've imported the technology, like wind tunnel technology, etc. We import the hatching eggs, right? So if we are to break that cycle, if we are indeed to really be truly independent when it comes and things to this matter, which, like I said, is 80% of the protein that we consume, we laboratory, right? Then we need to be able to make investments in these other areas.
Yes.
Breeding flock, right? Research and development, things to deal with technology, research and development to deal on some with medication, right? Investments in production of corn and soybean or rice or whatever we determine would be the appropriate constituents and thing of our feed, so that we can really break the back of this matter and move forward.
Absolutely. Barton, let me ask you this. You know, as much as we grow in the islands, for those of us who are islanders, or even in developing countries, you know, we're very well aware of how important our foods are. We know about our farmers. We see information about agriculture. Do you think that there's enough information about the different elements and actors that are a part of the value chain? So for example, even when it comes to high school, you know, we're going through school, we're choosing our streams of what our careers and our disciplines will be. And we think agriculture, farmer, and then that's it. I don't believe there's enough expansion or understanding that, hey, you don't necessarily have to be the farmer, but how about if you are the manufacturer? How about if you're the one creating the raw materials? How about if you are along the different value chain? Do you think we need to do a better job of educating our generations coming up so that they can understand the full gamut of food systems?
Not only understanding the gamut of the food systems, but see the opportunities. See the opportunities for innovation. See the opportunities for science and technology. See the opportunities for making money.
Yes.
But that money is key going forward. It is not about, you know, backbreaking business using a whole and fork. Is it about an opportunity to be self-financing, right? And being in charge of your own destiny as a young person. So I'm very, very happy that the Caribbean Examination Council has introduced an education relative to agriculture and linking agriculture and so on to business, and even so linking agriculture to science and technology.
Yes.
Look, there's a tomato plant growing out there, and you know it photosynthesizes, and it respires, and it grows, and it flowers, and it produces, and using that to teach the students biology and chemistry.
Right.
These are important, and they've started to roll up programs into the primary schools, into the secondary schools. Most secondary schools, certainly not in Barbados, and they do have an agriculture program. And so, to my mind, I think, and once we add the business component of that, we will be well on the way and so on to making this thing similar to how the developed countries and so on treat agriculture, not as we tend to associate it with the slavery of the past.
Correct.
Opportunities of the future.
Correct. In fact, one of our presenters, I think one of our panelists yesterday spoke about not teaching in silos. You know, that the education process, a lot of the times what we do is we teach our disciplines in silos without integrating everything so that persons can see the bigger picture, that we can, as you say, link the business aspect. How is business linked to agriculture? How is the science linked to agriculture, so that they do not stand off as independent entities when they're all basically coming together for the greater good. So now we're in 2021. A lot of lessons have been learned, some of them that we can use in terms of how we recover and how we behave where our food systems are concerned. What for you are some of the biggest lessons that the entire sector has learned, and what are the ones that you think we need to hold on to and run with?
Some of the key issues and so on that we have to address with respect to the sector relates to, look, one, we have different endowments in different countries. Like you said, land, capital, labor. We have a population in CARICOM, 20, 25 million people, including Haiti, right? And if we have to take a very narrow view, a very insular view, we will have a situation where we will have major surpluses in Guyana. We because of the land endowment,
Yes.
right? Okay. Was you're gonna have major shortages in Barbados because you don't have the land. Okay. So consequently, one of the key issues going forward, how do we integrate the Caribbean into one cohesive value chain for the
Yes.
purposes and so on of treating with food security? How do we facilitate cross-border investments, right? Such something, and we have good examples of that already. If you take, the cooperative coconut growers of Trinidad and Tobago that have investments and so on, and lots of over 3,000 acres of coconuts and citrus and whatever. But that is inadequate for its business. So what does it do? It procures copra from Guyana, takes advantage of the low energy costs in Trinidad, manufactures coconut oil, virgin coconut oil, margarine, cocoa butter, cosmetics, using all of that material, and then distributes to the rest of the Caribbean, the principal market being Jamaica. Yeah. That is an example of the integration of production, trade, and marketing across the Caribbean that we have to have more of if we
and how easy are these investments? So, for example, I've always heard of this desire, and it's not a desire just because it feels good. Economically, it will look good. It is good if all of us can pull together as one cohesive force, one hub, if you will. But there are a lot of persons who always say that when they try to do business, when they try to forge allies, when they try to have partnerships, cross borders within the region, you'd be surprised to know how the bureaucracy, the regulations, the policies, the framework can sometimes make it either too difficult or impossible, or it's just simply a deterrent. How easy it is for us, even though we're part of CARICOM, even though we are neighbors, even though we're very close to each other, how easy or how difficult is it to actually forge these kinds of meaningful, economically mutual business partnerships?
It is not easy, but there are examples where, right there in the OECS, for example, the Eastern Caribbean group of companies that has the manufacturing operation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they do, wheat flour and they do pasta and they do animal feed, yes. And they do rice. And they have, they produce Uncle Ben's rice and Chef Ray's rice, etc. And they have investments in Guyana and rice production to assure their supply chain to meet the demands and so on that the OECD. So, and part of the issue there is really easing, providing, and the state has some responsibility towards providing an increased ease of doing business when you move from one country to another, right? Even as part of CARDI sustainability, we've started a commercial subsidiary, and we have to register that commercial subsidiary in each of the Caribbean countries. Why can't a single registration suffice? That's just giving you a very simple example of some of the issues, some of the policy and legislative issues that need to be addressed in order to be able to do this matter. I had some conversations with members of the private sector about this same question, and they have all. I spoke to persons from Grace and Nestles and Trinidad and etc. And they said, listen, one, show me the money.
Yes.
It's not about
bottom line.
You need to show me the money.
Bottom line.
You need to show me the market. Okay? All right? You need to deal with the availability of risk capital given the high risk in the agricultural sector.
Yes.
Okay. Some other countries, for example, have special agricultural banks that facilitates investment. Like if you go to Brazil, there's a bank that facilitates investments in sugar.
Very good.
So some special capital. Then, in terms of dealing with risk, you have a risk management associated with your house, and that you can buy insurance for your house and for your car. Why not make you know, agricultural risk management, an all-pervasive issue, joint effort between the state and the investors so that we can have some greater confidence in the investment that we make in the sector. And you look at India, you look at United States and so on, this is what happens. And we have, as we're speaking now, you got COVID, you got hurricane season, you got volcanoes. We are in the middle of a drought situation. Why not?
Every now and then. Mm-hmm.
And the only way you can assure those risks and have sufficient production, trade, etc., for those risks to be appropriately spread is for integration within the Caribbean.
Of course, across the value chain, based on your observation, and there might be more than one area, but across the value chain, which is the one that you think survived the most or was most resilient? And which one is the one that we probably need to hold hands with more to strengthen?
If you look at it from a commodity perspective,
yes,
right, root crops tend to be more resilient to hurricanes and even droughts. Because I mean, like cassava, for example, and thing, can grow readily and produce in very dry circumstances. It does a lot better if you have plenty. But that is the situation, right? If you look at foresight, volcanic ash and volcanic eruptions, I mean, it sweeps everything before it. So
everything,
nothing. But even then, the root crops and things, it would take it up, and then perhaps maybe still be able to recover and things those that have matured, right? So those are, and then when you look at the contribution that root crops can make to helping you to address your chronic non-communicable diseases, then perhaps something and so on, you can perhaps something look more towards that as part of building your resilience agenda. The resilience agenda is informed by a decision of the Conference of Heads of Government 2018, I think it was, in Jamaica, in Montego Bay, where the heads agreed. There was a paper that was put together by the various CARICOM institutions working in collaboration with member states that was approved and things by the heads. With respect to agriculture, some of the issues that emerge are, look, you need to do far greater and so on in
you need to do, repeat that, you froze just a little bit. You need to do what? Repeat that, please.
Greater investments in root crops. Okay. You need to invest in planting material so that farmers can get back into production as soon after some disaster strikes. And that's very evident today in St. Vincent. You need to invest in big data, because it is time that the agricultural sector has available real-time data that allow for effective decision-making, both at the level of the farm, at the level of the manufacturer, and at the level and thing of the politicians. And you need to have greater investments in research and development in the Caribbean, because remember, we are small. In the global scheme of things, we are very, very, very small. I may not even register in the global scheme of things when it comes to trade. But, and we need to invest in research and development to where we are generating our own intellectual property, which would be the foundation of our agricultural endeavor to give us some edge in the marketplace.
And you mentioned something which is very interesting, the research and development and the data. And you mentioned earlier that when we refer to the agricultural sector, there tends to be this visualization of this drudgery, this slavery-driven process, and we're not necessarily talking about the data, the big data, and making that big data smart, using those insights now to help us improve in areas and strengthen areas that need to be strengthened, and really doubling down on the areas that we know if we just put a little bit more time and energy and resources, this could be, a really big thing. But IP, I had the opportunity of hosting an OECS conference, and there was a lady there who, dealt with bees and honey, the creation of honey. And it was through her big data, her smart data, her research and development, her evidence-based research, her intellectual property. She was approved by Harvard and so many other, reputable institutions, that her honey was able to basically stave off COVID-19. It had great properties. And I am saying she's in Grenada. She comes from Grenada. And I said, but we're having such big things. We're doing big things. We have progress, but we don't know about it. And at the end of the day, when we asked her, how do we support you? How do we get your product? How do we get your product in our supermarkets? She said, that's the biggest problem for her. When she lined up everything, it was the framework and the regulation that even to get it into the countries, she just couldn't. And so I think we're on the right track, but it's getting all parts of the puzzle together and speaking to each other. Barton, for persons who might be listening now, who might be already in the food and nutrition sector, maybe they're looking to jump into that sector. What are some of the things, or what do you have to say to them in terms of things they need to consider before just going along with it?
The market.
Mm-hmm.
We believe, for example, and think that they need to be able to see from players such as Cardi and the WCS Secretariat the investment profile or the business case. Don't care how small or how big, right? So that they have some confidence that, look, I'm going to invest in this aspect of the value chain and I can get a decent return on my investment.
Mm-hmm.
Partnerships are key because we are small, right? We have classic examples, even that case, something of honey in Grenada, where we go to trade shows every year, mm-hmm. all over the world. The world is enthused, particularly by the quality, the discerning quality of Caribbean products.
Yes.
Mountain coffee, cocoa from Trinidad, hot peppers and things out of Jamaica, right? Yeah. And then the guys in the market says, okay, well, your sample is really great. I need a container load every week. And we can't do it because we don't have the capacity. Right?
Don't.
Perhaps if we integrate together, if we are better able to afford to go after these kinds of markets. But there's also the other opportunity. Mm-hmm. Why go big? Why not stay small at the top of the market? And in that way, you are able to support your high labor and energy costs, which are endemic within your production schemes within the Caribbean. Why go big? Why don't we stay small?
You've given us a lot to think about, and I know that when it comes to food and nutrition, and we haven't even really dived into security, but we have other speakers to do that. It's a lot deeper than we think it is. It's a lot deeper than how we speak about it. From news to just general conversations. Agriculture is touted as being very important because it is, and yet still we don't do enough to really educate all of us for us to really appreciate not just our farmers, but every single person who plays an important role and has an important responsibility to get that food, to maintain the quality and the security, to manage all the health risks all the way to the consumer. But we thank you so very much for your time and for making the information digestible for a lot of us who may still be very new to the topic of food and nutrition security. And we wish you all the best out there in Barbados and all of your different networks and the potential partnerships that will continue to happen. We certainly hope that you will be productive and that hopefully one day we can have a conversation in the future where we say, remember when we said we needed this and that? Well, look at us now. It is definitely something that we hope to achieve, not just as individual nations, but as the region on a whole. I just want to thank you so very much, Barton. We're sending love to you and the other Bajans, and of course the St. Vincent, the Vincentians and the Grenadines. Thank you so very much for your time.
We do have a good conference.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. What a great way. Oh, Barton, the next time we have a breakfast chat, you need to bring my ackee and saltfish. banana and cassava. I don't know how this is a breakfast chat and I don't see any breakfast, what is going on?
Flying fish. We will bring flying fish.
You're going to bring my flying fish. All right, I will take it. Thank you so very much. That was Barton Clark, Executive Director, Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, also known as CARDI. Fantastic way just to kind of set the tone and to set the precedents. How can Caribbean food systems emerge stronger? We all have something to offer. We all have our uniqueness. We all have our methodology, but how much stronger could we be and what are the lessons that we have learned? We thank him so very much. So, if you just joined us, welcome. Welcome to the fifth Growth and Resilience Dialogue brought to you by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank in association with the OECS, the World Bank, and the University of the West Indies. We're going to soon get to our panelists and our masterclass session, so make sure that you get your questions ready. And I just want to remind you to submit your questions to the question and answer tab. Now, yesterday on day one, we had the theme digital skills, digital jobs and skills. But before we started out day one, we had the pleasure of having a virtual yoga session, something that we don't always see, but we really want to thank the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank for incorporating different aspects to just change the dynamics of the conference. So we had Al-Wali Mohammed earlier. Yesterday, he took us through some stretches just to kind of increase our mobility, our flexibility, and he also took us through relaxation. Certified yoga trainer, has been teaching yoga for 6 years, and we thought that if the persons on day one got it, then we believe that the persons on day two should get it as well. So we're just reminding you that self-care is the best care. So wherever you are, we're asking to just give yourself a couple minutes, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes, just to do some exercises before we dive into the program. So I'm now going to hand it over to our yoga North America, and Latin America, having consulted with major multinational corporations and having worked for several Latin American and Caribbean governments on trade and macro policy issues. I welcome Dr. Antoine to the panel discussion. Again, he will be our moderator for this morning. Now, kindly allow me to just briefly introduce you and familiarize you with our panelists. The Honorable Saboto Caesar, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, and Rural Transformation. He is from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And again, we send our love to all of our brothers and sisters, our neighbors from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We know that they're going through quite a lot now. We might be activist, advocate, and politician. A lawyer by profession, Caesar was born and raised in the constituency of South Central Windward. He's a devout Christian and a family-oriented man who has a wide-ranging professional experience through community work, being a teacher, a lawyer, governor, loyal government senator, as well as minister. Welcome to the panel, Mr. Caesar. I welcome Dr. Leroy Phillip, Associate Professor, retired from the Department of Animal Science, McGill University, Canada, a native of St. Kitts. During his 30-year academic career at McGill, he served in key academic positions, including Associate Director of McGill Nutrition and Food Science Center, and member of McGill's Senate. So we know that he has a very wide and deep scope when it comes to animal science. We welcome Ira Etenas, Agriculture Economist, World Bank Group. Ira Etenas is an agriculture economist and nutrition focal point with the Agriculture and Food Global Practice of the World Bank Group, which she joined in March 2013. She has a good scope of knowledge in food security and, of course, food pricing. Come to the panel discussion. And last but not least, we have Maria Florencia Milan Plasi, agro-logistics consultant for the World Bank at the Agricultural Global Practice in Latin America and the Caribbean. She has years of experience working in international organizations, subnational governments, and the private sector. Of course, agro-logistics is definitely her game. Bienvenido, buenos días a Aira y María. Es un placer tenerle a ustedes con nosotros. So to our moderator, I hand it over to you. I know that you will do a fantastic job as always.
Thank you so very, very much for those wonderful words introducing this very important session this morning. I dare say at a very, very critical point in the development of the OECS economies as they struggle to deal with the impact and the recovery from COVID-19 being very, very important. Food and security, food and nutrition security is extremely important to the OECS economies in several contexts, but particularly in the context of providing nutrition for the domestic population. As service-oriented economies too, the impact has been perhaps double compared to other economies where the services sector is much smaller. In the context of OECS economies, of course, the tourism sector has been hard hit, and that has been a drag on the demand for the agri-food products produced by the OECS sub-region. It's really important for us this morning to focus on identifying the patterns and pathways that the OECS countries can in fact pursue as we look at the food and nutrition security at this time. Needless to say, before COVID, they were already a very troubling scope. If you look at things such as dairy, you look at things such as beef production, but opportunities, if you look at the other clusters in that food group, such as mutton, such as the production of poultry, albeit using appropriate technology. At this time, leading into COVID, heads in their wisdom, including OECS heads, had commissioned a study looking at how you can displace 25% of CARICOM foods imports by 2025. And of course, the OECS features in that context. And I think in the discussion today, we'll have an opportunity to put all of those strands together. So I want to welcome the panel. We've already been introduced. We have an august panel with us this morning. And I want to just ask Dr. Leroy Phillip to take the floor. We will, of course, have a chance to field the questions and to get some direction into where we go with the OECS coming out of this. It would be important for me too to indicate that the Honorable Sabota Caesar is unable to be with us for reasons that you would well understand has to do with his stewardship of the recovery effort in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, largely around the agricultural sector. And they've done so well, we have to support their own return to the economic fold in the OECS as a major contributor. So Dr. Leroy Phillip, without much further ado, it is a joy to have you and to turn, of course, the first presentation slot over to you, my dear friend and colleague.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that kind introduction. I would also like to thank the sponsors and organizers of this important dialogue for providing me with an opportunity to share some thoughts with you regarding food and nutrition security in the OECS. I must indicate that for the last 10 to 12 years, I've spent some of my time, pre-retirement, reflecting on and being actively involved with some collaborations with the University of the West Indies, along the lines of trying to understand and generate knowledge about two fundamental ideas related to the food systems in the region. One has to do with the issue of food quality, and the other one has to do with the issue of health. And those are, of course, linked through this medium that we refer to as nutrition. I remember one of my colleagues years ago said that nutrition is a discipline that people have a somewhat of a difficulty understanding. But if you say food, there's a gut feeling. And if you say health, there's a feeling of fear. So I always like to approach the issue of food security by trying to invoke the concept of food and health. So what I would like to do during the next few minutes is to touch on three topics that I think are of relevance to the region. The first thing I would like to do is to reflect with you on a definition of food security as put forward by the World Food Summit in 1996, which essentially says that food security can only exist when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food that would meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. And that is a mouthful. But if one were to distill food security and ask the question, so why does it matter? Why does it matter to people? It really matters because the idea of food and nutrition security encompasses the interaction among food, nutrition, and health. And if one were to reflect on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, of which there are about 17, there are at least 4 SDGs that cut across the issue of food security because it does encompass the idea too of sustainability. We cannot have food production and food consumption without ensuring that the planet is able to sustain those activities. So when we examine food and nutrition security, we need to get some indicators that would give us some appreciation of whether or not we are making progress. And this table gives an indication of some information about the kinds of indicators that are used to measure food security, ranging from stunting and wasting, which would be applicable to children under 5 years of age. We need to get some. Hello. Down to diet diversity score, which represents consumption of food, but paying particular attention to food groups and food insecurity experience.
Dr. Phillips, I was myself wondering about your slides. Do you have them up? Because yes. We're not seeing them. We're not seeing them, and it's so important that you do so, because I think this session, I believe, is absolutely critical. Please, if you can get that up. I will endeavor to give you back the time. No, not to worry. I'll give you back the time if you can just get them up first.
But I'm okay. I'm trying. I thought I shared screen. Is it now? Is it now okay?
Yes, and yes, it is. It is showing.
It's showing.
Yes, it is. We have a beautiful picture of 3 pontoons and a lovely rock.
Yeah, and are you seeing the actual? Okay, but you're not seeing my presentation, are you?
No, you want to go to just click down. I'm seeing some. Yes, now we're seeing it. If you can go to the beginning quickly.
Are you seeing in my slide now?
Description of food and nutrition security indicates presentation outline. Yes.
Okay, so now, are you with me now?
I'm with you now. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you back 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, no, because you've already made those points. Just take us through the slides. You've taken us from the definition, so that's great. Let me give you back 3 minutes because this is important. Please go ahead.
Okay, so if this is the point at which I lost you. I was making the point that in order to discuss food and nutrition security, we need to be able to measure it. And these are the kind of measurements that have been used by professionals. And among these measurements, the food insecurity experience scale and diet diversity paying more attention to consumption and diverse foods. Those 2 measures, including anthropometric measures, stunting and wasting, have been particularly useful. Now let me come to one of the key aspects of the presentation, which has to do with food imports. And there's no reason to belabor this point. It has already been made. The only point I want to draw attention to is the fact that the reliance of the region, the OECS, on food imports to the extent of over 80%, and in some cases, over 95% in some of the OECS countries, puts the region at in a very highly vulnerable position with regard to global shocks. And of interest, if one looks at this particular graph, it shows that within the region, only Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago make any meaningful contribution to food imports, and that would represent less than 7%. What these figures do is put in context the issue of food imports and food sales. The diagram on the left shows the global sales of ultra-processed foods, highly processed foods, and generally nutrient poor. And what you're seeing using the arrow that I've indicated is that Latin America and the Caribbean are showing substantial increases in sales, which implies consumption. North America and Australia and New Zealand, they're showing decreases. And on the right-hand side, even more importantly, within Latin America and the Caribbean, the increase in sales of ultra-processed drinks, sugary drinks, high-energy drinks, again, nutrient poor, this is the largest increase worldwide. So the region is on a pathway that is not particularly smooth. The consequence of this type of food importation pattern is well known to policymakers, researchers in the region. And I just want to reinforce using these two columns of data from PAHO. If you look at the bottom row, you'll see on the first column, this column represents the probability of premature death, dying prior to 70 years of age. The probability in Canada is around 10%. And in any one of those 6 OECS countries, it's about double. And when one looks at the data overall, the Caribbean is in the most precarious position with regard to NCD deaths. Now, on the right-hand side, there's a column showing what happens with regard to children, which is even more disturbing, because if one were to combine obesity and overweight, we see numbers that approach 60% for instance, in Dominica. So what we have is a situation where not only adults are threatened with this horrible health situation or unhealthy situation, but it is now being transferred to children. So the picture I want to present to the participants is a picture where within the Caribbean, we have 2 trend lines which are going in precisely the wrong direction. There's a trend line relating to obesity and NCDs, and there's a trend line related to food importation, particularly of processed food. And it is quite heartening to know that the region's policymakers have now made plans to take this issue head on. So what is required is a bit of a rebalancing act. And this rebalancing act, in my view, requires a few pillars. The first pillar, I suspect, and I suggest, has to do with consumer awareness. The International Development Research Center, IDRC of Canada, has been extremely supportive in funding research over the past 10 years that I've been involved in this area, in trying to help the Caribbean to understand the root causes of food and nutrition security. And they have funded 2 major projects and it is the data from these projects that are guiding my views. And these research partnerships.
Dr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to wind up. I've given you 3 minutes more, but I'm going to ask you to wind up if you can, yeah?
Yes.
Good wind up for us. Thank you so much.
So these pillars relate to consumer awareness of the link between food and health, and going all the way to building nutrition sensitive value chains, but they rely very much on capacity building. And this last slide gives you an illustration of the kind of value chains that we have attempted to build using school feeding programs as a sort of a model. And what it shows is that by supporting farmers and taking measurements of post-harvest losses, training school staff, we can deliver quality meals in the school lunch programs and begin to make a dent towards this idea of improving food and health within the region. So in conclusion, I would like to make the following points. Obesity and NCDs represent the principal food and nutrition security challenge in the region. And what we need to do is improve the consumer's awareness of the food and health connection. School settings, policy coordination, and cross-sectoral collaboration are also key And finally, knowledge sharing, skills training, and capacity building approaches to this type of pathway. Thank you very much, Patrick.
No,
very much. Yeah, yes, Dr. Reed, I'm coming to you. I got your note. I'm going to certainly ask you to introduce the one panelist you've not had a chance to. Please go ahead.
Absolutely, it is with great honor, and it's so amazing, because when I read her bio and I realized that she was actually a part of this panel, I said, "Oh, did I miss her?" I'm speaking about Kathleen Carew, Executive Director, Helen's daughter. I'm in Jamaica, and I've heard about Helen's daughter, so it's fantastic to see it represented here. Ms. Carew is a One Young World Ambassador, the recipient of the 2018 National Youth Award in Agriculture by the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports in St. Lucia, a thoughtful food ambassador for the Caribbean. She is a rural woman, first and foremost, and she's an advocate and change maker in the fields of gender equity in agriculture and rural development in St. Lucia. She's also the founder of, as we said, Helen's Daughters, a regionally recognized and award-winning nonprofit organization that focuses on rural women's economic empowerment through advocacy, capacity development, and improved market access. This is Kathleen Carew, Executive Director, Helen's Daughters, and of course, she'll be speaking about breaking the glass or the grass ceiling, local interventions to promote the economic empowerment of rural women. We welcome Kathleen Carew to the panel. I didn't have a chance to introduce her earlier. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. And we've just had a very useful presentation. And I want colleagues to just write their questions because you are going to have a chance to ask them on the strengthening food systems in the OECS from their distinguished Dr. Philip. We're going to have another presentation, which I believe does bring a full picture along with this one, in the way that I believe we need to look at the entire conundrum of the food systems and in the Eastern Caribbean at this time. And I'm going to ask the distinguished panelist, Ira Atner, and as well Maria Florentina, to take the floor. I'm going to give you both a couple minutes more, because I think, having regard to what was presented and the fact that we have a little time, so you don't need to rush, I'm going to give you each 3 minutes more. Yes? So please.
We have time to be 9 minutes, so hopefully we'll be right on time.
Good, sure. Please proceed.
So I assume you can see the PowerPoint? Okay, you're on mute, but I see you nodding. So good morning, good afternoon. My name is Ira Atner, and I'm sharing this presentation with my colleague Maria Florencia Milan. We are here to share a few key lessons from the recent BAN report on future foodscapes, reimagining agriculture in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and in exploring two of its themes. We will touch upon briefly the concept of nutrition smart agriculture, and then talk about agri-logistics in the Caribbean. So, why are we still talking about agriculture and LAC? Because although agriculture and food systems here are rightfully recognized as among the most successful on the planet, their impressive achievements have come at the expense of significant environmental and health costs. And because in a region that is rapidly urbanizing, there is the perception that agriculture has lost importance. This misperception is misguided, however, because agriculture and food systems make vital contributions to a diverse set of development objectives, including growth, poverty reduction, food and nutrition security, and climate resilience. And because what happens in LAC agriculture and food systems matters within the region and matters worldwide, because LAC is the world's largest food net exporting region and largest producer of ecosystem services. With the question, what does the future hold in store in mind, the Foodscapes report identified a series of drivers that could be important in shaping the future trajectory of LAC. And through a scenario building exercise, identified 5 scenarios that reflect a range of plausible future configurations for land agriculture and food systems in 2030. First, the age of exodus, driven by population displacement and climate change. Second, healthy diets rule because of shifting dietary preferences. Third, fragmenting world owing to global trade disruptions. Fourth, a large agri-export powerhouse as a result of surging growth in global food demand. And fifth, agri-food 4.0 due to rapid technological change. By drawing attention to drivers that would be particularly influential, the scenarios point to areas in which actions may be needed to avoid undesirable outcomes or seize desirable opportunities. The report then identifies a set of 20 proposed actions that offer opportunities to unlock transformational change and contribute to the desired agriculture and food system outcomes. We invite you to look at the report for more details, but the 20 proposed actions are classified in two main categories: strategic choices and imperatives. These proposed actions offer a menu of options from which individual countries will have to choose a set that is relevant for their own circumstances. While the needs of individual Caribbean countries differ, two challenges are common to many Caribbean countries. One, large numbers of people eat unhealthy foods and suffer diet-related health problems like the previous honorable panelist mentioned. And second, underdeveloped agro-logistics infrastructure that reduces the availability and raises the cost of food. So for the rest of our presentation, we will focus on two of the proposed actions. They happen to be in the no regrets category that we think will be of relevance to many of the audience today. So let's begin with unhealthy diets. An approach to help guide this action is nutrition smart agriculture, which is a set of agriculture, agro-processing technologies and/or practices that both contribute to the improvement of human nutritional status and increase of the farm and/or agribusiness level productivity revenue. By contributing both to nutrition and income at the same time, nutrition smart agriculture helps to make a convincing case for farmers and agribusinesses in how the food production and nutrition objectives align. A multi-agency team guided the process of developing the approach, and 4 country profiles were created to help operationalize the concept. We wanted to briefly show you some sections of the country profile for Haiti that was led by IICA. For example, the national context section presents schematically and quickly what are the major malnutrition issues that the country faces, what does the country produce, what does the country consume, what does that mean for nutrition, and in a way that non-health, non-nutrition specialists can understand. Then a set of identified nutrition smart agriculture activities in Haiti appears in a table like this, that is per region and per food group, and illustrates the practice's contribution to nutrition and market potential. I will now turn to Florencia.
Good morning. I will share my screen. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the other non-regret action that we are focusing on in this presentation, and that is modernizing agro-logistics. And let me start by defining agro-food supply chains that are the links event in the agricultural production of food, the process being a change of events from production to processing, trading, distribution, and consumption. And then let's narrow to agro-logistics, which entail all the coordinated services needed for products to reach from farm to market, e.g. transport, post-harvest processing, warehousing, packaging, cold storage, refrigerated transport, and tracking equipment for imported, local, and export products. On the box, you can see the stages of agro-logistic chain, which is link of different stages: input stage, on-farm production, transportation, shipping and handling, and retail. So let's go now to talk about the Caribbean. What are the implications of small islands? This is the limitations faced by sea-locked territories depending on shipping and air connectivity to import food at higher logistic costs compared to coastal states. However, there is a well-developed connectivity for importing food, with shipping companies, importers, distributors, and wholesalers serving the retail and the hotel and restoration channels in the islands. Because OECS islands import most of what they consume, internal Caribbean trade is scarce. There is low local food production, and interregional trade is scarce. And transport costs for doing so, as mentioned, are high. Even though there are linkages with shipping and freight connectivity, each island will prefer to directly import from the usual suppliers. As the previous panelists show, mainly USA, European Union, and to a lesser extent Latin America, relying on existing shipping connectivity and consolidation schemes. To move from the export potential to real export, OECS countries and the Caribbean in general should promote product aggregation at private sector level, agro-processing, and ICT connecting demand and supply. This is also true for serving and sourcing the tourism sector locally. So, which are the opportunities in the agro-logistics space? First, the digital revolution is creating existing new opportunities for producers and consumers to realize gains by using digital technology to match buyers and sellers. To seize this opportunity, investment will be needed in ICT, infrastructure, and app development to allow rapid and low-cost communication of market information. And second, as demand increases for products that are fresh and nutritious and safe to eat, this will create the need for more modern agro-logistics systems to ensure that high-quality, often perishable products can be delivered quickly, efficiently, and safely to consumers. This will require investment in harvesting facilities, packing sheds, cold storage, refrigerated transport, and tracking equipment. Finally, cross-cutting needs include overall agro-industrial system policies, the role of institutions. To my colleague.
Thank you.
All right, and to summarize what we have, so we should ensure that all investments related to promoting healthy diets, to improving agro-logistics, they should be within the framework. They should be supporting the principles of green, resilient, and inclusive development. And we would like to thank you for your attention. We have included the links of the work at the last slide for your perusal. Thank you.
No, I think we certainly want to thank you for a very stimulating, comprehensive presentation. We'll have a chance to come to the question session, and of course, to get hopefully some discussions. And we've been noticing the questions. You can please feel free to put it in the chat. I think they're excellent contributions. Clearly, we're not going to have a chance to go through all of them, but without much further delay, I just want to take the opportunity to introduce to us our last speaker, Keithlin Carew, to really give us a presentation that I think will benefit certainly this panel and this segment of the conference, because of our grounding with a lot of what we've been discussing here today. Again, let me just welcome Keithlin Carew. It's great to have you. Please, the floor is yours.
Could you unmute? Please, Keithlin, I think it happens to everyone.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Dr. Antoine, and thank you to ECCB for giving me the opportunity to be on this panel today. I'm really thankful that ECCB thought that it was important to also share the experiences of the persons on the ground. And I really wanted to touch on a topic that I think in agriculture it's untouched, and that is women in agriculture. So today I'm going to speak on breaking the glass ceiling, local interventions to promote the economic empowerment of rural women. Many persons in the region generally ask us why women in agriculture, why the emphasis on women in agriculture? And one of the things that I generally say is that women represent the first formal food contact for most human beings. The vast majority of babies are nourished via breast milk. Furthermore, women generally mold the palates of most families, doing the cooking, introducing children to new foods, passing down recipes and food preparation techniques to their children and close relatives. Therefore, I believe that women represent the foundation of the food security supply chain and the food security discourse. Furthermore, as has been mentioned by Maria and Ira and also Dr. Philip, with CARICOM's food import bill at almost $5 billion and our continual neglect of women in the food security discourse, particularly women at the micro level where they need to be trained in realigning the food nutrition circle in their households, and particularly for those who grow food for themselves and their families' consumption, we will not see a difference in our food import bill. And particularly will not see a difference in the high incidences of NCDs that are linked to food, imported foods if we do not actually put women at the center of this discourse. So many people might wonder, what is the grass ceiling? What is the point of this presentation and so on? And basically, similar to the glass ceiling, women farmers are often excluded from larger markets because of barriers to finance, inputs, and training. And I've focused on three aspects: land holdings, agricultural loans, and farmer registration. Land holdings in countries such as Jamaica, for example, women own about 11% of land compared to 89% of landowners who are men. In Dominica, the land holdings for female banana farmers is at 21% versus 79% male banana farmers. And in St. Lucia, 30% of land is owned by women versus 70% owned by men. When we come to the agricultural loans aspect, there's an overall issue in the region with access to agricultural loans. Less than 2%, if we're using the case of Jamaica, less than 2% of Jamaica's commercial lending portfolio is allocated to agriculture, with less than 10% of Jamaican farmers having access to credit. This is even more pronounced when it comes to women farmers. For example, if we take Dominica, 10.3% of women were granted agricultural loans versus 89.7% of men. And finally, going to farmer registration. There are about twice as many male farmers as female farmers, and studies have acknowledged that women often are not counted in official statistics as their work might be unpaid on family farms, or they may engage in subsistence agriculture. However, if we take statistics from Jamaica, in Jamaica, 30% of women are registered as farmers versus 70% of men. In Dominica, it's 15% of women versus 85% of men. And being St. Lucian, in countries like St. Lucia, a formal certification as a farmer can be the difference in making more money per pound, being able to open a bank account and having access to credit, receiving concessions on agricultural inputs and products, and obviously validating the profession as a farmer. Our organization, Helen's Daughters, what we tend to try to do is pay a special attention to the training of rural communities, particularly women in the area of sustainable agriculture, agribusiness, and overall self-development. Our organization focuses on 4 strategic pillars, highlighting the role that women play in agriculture and food security. That's why advocacy is very high on our list. Creating linkages for more women farmers to earn sustainable incomes. One of our flagship programs called the HD Ag Academy is completely free to women who are interested already in the agricultural sector. And what we have noticed is that we have mentors, for example, from Massy Supermarkets, where we have the perishables manager, who is a mentor in the course. And what we found is that women who graduate from this course, because of his familiarity with those farmers, Massy normally has a top 10 list of producers, but he would not turn away members of Helen's Daughters. So women who traditionally vended and sold their products at the Castries market now have more sustainable, more of a sustainable income coming through by selling to Massy Supermarkets, to the restaurant chains and so on. And that came through direct linkages through the Agricultural Academy that we provide. Also, again, one of our focuses is introducing women farmers to free or low-cost educational opportunities in the realm of sustainable agriculture, agri-tech, and climate-resilient farming. Oftentimes, in the agricultural sector, and particularly for training of women farmers, we missed the beat on two things. That includes agribusiness development. Many of our farmers are not trained in understanding that it's not only about farming, but it's also about operating a business as well. Finally, in the Caribbean, I do think that there is a lack of training in terms of climate resilient practices and also investing in climate resilient crops. And that's exactly what our training opportunities provide. Furthermore, what we try to do as much as possible is to institute that all our mentors in our agricultural academy are locally based. In the development context, and quite often in our region, we find that we have consultants and other facilitators and so on who come to our countries and then leave. And what you find is there's this lack of institutional memory that remains. With us, we try to focus on developing and strengthening our national resources, particularly the persons that are part of our agricultural academy. So those resources and that institutional memory remains on island within the region, so that there's still, even after the program ends, there's a continuity of support and a relationship that thrives. And finally, one of our major focuses is empowering women from rural communities to become leaders and decision makers in and outside of the agricultural sphere. What you find is that traditionally, and this I don't think is only in St. Lucia, but overall, rural women, women in agriculture are some of the most marginalized actors in the country. We're not recognized for our contributions to the food security discourse. And I think that we're not given they are not given the appreciation that they deserve. And what we've done is throughout our history, we focused on these aspects that that are pillars to our organization through our Rural Women's Workshop. We also had a collaboration with the University of British Columbia in Canada, where we partnered chemical, biological, and geological engineering students with women farmers to find sustainable agricultural practices, to develop skills and develop technical recommendations for the sustainable design of a farm in the Caribbean. That's also available online. Again, going back to our Rural Women's Academy, when we first started, it was a 6-month capacity development program that provided monthly classroom style training on financial literacy, bookkeeping, sustainable marketing, sustainable farming, market linkages, and digital literacy. During the height of COVID last year, we noticed that we needed to immediately pivot. So our Rural Women's Academy became our virtual academy, which we now are actually in the process of having a 3rd edition. This is the 3rd year that we're running it. And again, it is a hybrid program that was launched during the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We focus on several aspects. For example, when we noticed that we couldn't have the in-person academy, we focused on aspects like hydroponics, where we could, even in a closed area and so on, we could still demonstrate physical aspects of farming aside from the agribusiness aspect. And what was one of the huge benefits of that was that, unlike the Ministry of Agriculture, who was not able to run their certification programs for farmers, and we had several new farmers who took the program, got the certificate from us, and were able to use that certificate to justify getting a farmer registration card from the Ministry of Agriculture. And again, those benefits roll out into getting concessions as an agricultural entrepreneur, getting, I think, about 10 cents per pound when selling to the supermarkets and so on. And finally, our achievements. In terms of empowering rural women and impacting rural communities, we've noticed that we've impacted so far with the Agricultural Academy over 300 women who have adopted new sustainable agricultural practices, and the majority have switched to pesticide-free farming, which again was a huge overuse of pesticide, was a huge problem in St. Lucia, and I think in the OECS. Capacity development, we found that women farmers now have an improved understanding of sustainable agriculture, no more monoculturism. and adapted crops planted to market demand, also to climate resilience, taking into account land degradation and climate change. Innovation. Again, we're the only agricultural training program that was available during the COVID-19 pandemic last year. As such, our program was used as a replacement to receive the farmer registration card. And finally, we've noticed a heightened and improved business efficiency. We've seen that a number of our women have now been transformed from simply market vendors to holding contracts with massy supermarkets, with hotels and restaurants on island. So you see a significant change from getting 800 EC per month to 2,000 and 3,000 EC per month through these contracts. Now we're finding that women are able to determine niche markets and also find additional sources of income from value-added products. I can list perhaps coconut oil, turmeric powders, really determining niche markets and really taking advantage of the opportunities. So again, I'd like to thank you so much for the opportunity to be on this panel. And I would just like to end with a quote. We normally hear the quote that says, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. And we like to say, teach a woman to farm and you feed a nation for eternity. Thank you so much, everyone.
And thank you so much, Caitlin, for a very stimulating presentation, which I think does sketch a number of important possibilities for small states such as the OECS, with a particular focus on groups that are felt to be disadvantaged in our societies relative to others, and of course for identifying those groups and the ways in which the groups have sought to engage with these opportunities. I want to do two quick things. The first thing I want to do is to just pose two questions based on the presentations that we've heard. We've heard a wide-ranging presentations, beginning with, of course, the definition of food security that I can see no issue that we ought to take with that. It's very consistent with many other definitions, though not the same, really focusing on access and quality, etc. All people, proper nutrition at all times. We've had another presentation speaking about how we actually build out these food systems in terms of value chains and the constraints for the small states. And of course, with that, the corollary, of course, is going to be the mirror image, the opportunities. And we've had a very practical endorsement of how we can actually capture some of those opportunities in small states by focused projects that deal with particular groups in no doubt contexts that I think are unique. The real question is this: as we look at the OECS as a whole, do the participants believe that pursuing food and nutrition security as a macro objective, where we're talking about displacing a substantial amount of the food that is now imported with domestic production, and in this case, let me unapologetically state that for us, domestic really speaks about the whole OECS community, right? And as well, CARICOM. But I want to focus on the OECS community as the inner ring of that centric circle, because there is in fact an agreement that binds us more closely together. So do you believe that the OECS countries, given the opportunities that exist and the imperative to displace large amount of food imports with production from within the OECS, that this is in fact a meaningful goal for the OECS economic union at this time? And of course, I'm leaving you to answer that in any way that you please, including bringing in tourism. But I need to really rally around whether we believe it is in fact a goal worth pursuing, and whether it is in fact a goal that is within our grasp in terms of reach. That's the first thing. I think the second question I want to pose is, if so, then, and I want to give it to you because I want you to think, what are the imperatives as you see it coming from this presentation, these presentations of our presenters today? What are the imperatives for so doing? We've heard a number of issues, focus on NCDs. We've heard the logistic chains, which of course, Maria and Ira hasn't escaped us, that you also identified, you know, nutrition and pursuing this nutrition value chain as part of that, not lost on us. But for the participants, what are the imperatives as you see them? And I would really love you to give us a sense of the ranking of the top 3 or 4. And that's really the second set of questions. So the first one is about whether you believe that this is worth pursuing for the OECS. And the second one is really rank for us. What are the imperatives as you see them? Of course, on the presumption that you think there's value in it. And if not, perhaps you can tell us why. So the floor is open. You just have to raise your hand and we will certainly recognize you. We want to do this for another 10 minutes. And then I want to throw some other questions at you that are stock questions, which I'm going to ask you to engage in a pretty interesting exercise. The floor is open. Can someone help me spot, please? I'm not, can someone help me spot the questions? I am not myself seeing the raised hands from where I am. Or can a participant who wants to raise a question, please do so by taking the floor. If it's 2 of you at the same time, we'll just do it sequentially.
I do believe, Dr. Antoine, I'm not sure if I'm incorrect. I'm not too certain if the raise hand is enabled. I believe that we've been encouraging persons to submit their questions to the question and answer tab, and you might have some questions within the chat as well. So I'll go question and answer tab first, and then I would probably mind the chat. I believe you're on mute. You are on mute, Dr. Antoine.
Thank you for that. So on the chat box, if you could just respond to the questions, that I think would be very useful. Yes, you can ask a question, D. You certainly can. We will take that after. We have a place for that. We just wanted to get those 2 questions answered first. Do we have any contributions on those questions?
Patrick, this is Leroy. Would you like me to make a comment?
I certainly would as well, Leroy, while we get some of this in on the chat box.
Yeah. Patrick, going to your initial question about whether or not food import substitution or food import reduction should be a goal, I think the goal that we should be considering is the goal of healthy eating. Whether the goal is achieved as a consequence of food import reduction, which of course, if we look at the issue of ultra-processed foods, that could be, of course, an immediate target. But if the goal is food import reduction, if suppose we are importing healthy foods, that would be a question somewhat counterproductive, of course, if the money is there. But the question should be, the goal should be healthy eating. Now, I think there are models, as we heard with regard to the presentation from Caitlin. The region has the capability, it seems to me, to rise to the occasion with regard to delivering healthful foods. If the environment is enabling, it could be possible. So the goal of reducing food import is not as important as letting the consumers be aware of the need to eat healthy. And once this awareness is raised, then I suspect the local capacity would be engaged.
Okay, got you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. We hear the way in which you've premised this. What do the other panelists think about this issue about whether it's practical for the OECS? There's in fact a hierarchy of imperatives that the countries ought to look at this time.
If I may, I don't think it's an either or question. There are certainly benefits to trade, and not every country can produce everything that it needs to consume. And that's on the one hand of the equation. On the other hand, over-reliance on trade exposes the vulnerabilities when crisis hits, just like what happened most recently, and it's still happening with COVID-19. So there is, even though they might call to self-sufficiency by any means, there is definitely a call to invest in local agricultural production and productivity, as that has been shown to have multiple effects on positive contributions to poverty reduction and to increase of economic growth in the country. And there are many other positive spillovers, especially when we apply climate resilience principles to investing in agriculture, to being inclusive, just like Katie mentioned, women, youth, and other vulnerable groups. So a balance would be a balance based on comparative advantages and the strengths in the region would be ideally what the countries would consider. Thank you.
What does Helen's daughter think about the possibility of extending experiment and the success that you've had in St. Lucia to the other countries?
Actually, perhaps Dr. Philip may be aware of this, but we are extending our agricultural academy in this year to St. We were supposed to extend to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now we need to look at that, but also to St. Kitts and Nevis. And to answer your question, Dr. Antoine, I had to say that I absolutely believe in import substitution. I think that historically we've always been driven to believe in export markets, particularly in the agricultural sector. But I do believe that if we focus on certain types of crops, there is a possibility to be self-sufficient. For example, in St. Lucia right now, when we speak on the egg production, we are actually self-sufficient. And we are no longer importing eggs. I think that can be replicated in the poultry sector and in the fruit and vegetable sector, and also in certain roots and tubers when you look at dasheen and breadfruit and so on. I think, if I just may be quite blunt, the issue with the agricultural agenda in the region and perhaps globally is that it's a very top-down approach. We speak at these panels on climate resilience, we speak on import substitution, we speak on food and nutrition, but it's not trickled down to the persons that are actually growing the crops. For example, Dr. Philip raised a very good point about educating the consumers about what they're eating, but I also think it's important to educate the farmers about what they're growing and what they're selling, and to also use nutritional marketing to educate the consumers on the actual crops that they're growing. For me, I think the biggest right now, I don't think there's an issue in not enough grant funding or funding being focused on agriculture or enough actors in the region. I think the matter is that the system in transferring knowledge from the top down is fragmented. And I think that we need to find ways to change that, simply.
So thank you very.
Patrick, let me add something.
Yes,
I think
please.
Thank you. These very weird times of the pandemic combined with the new technologies have facilitated the ground for all these imperatives to happen in the Caribbean. Like people, because of the fear of the disruption of supply chain, had been more willing to grow their own vegetables and exchange them through social media platforms, like very grassroots developments that we start to see in the Caribbean. So I think this is like a starting point. And also for myself, like non being a Caribbean national, I see that it's also something cultural that Caribbean people is used to go and buy certain type of food they are used to import. But in this time and linked to the tourism industry is an opportunity to rediscover own culture, own cooking, own food, right? So I think I see this situation as a starting point.
Thank you. We have a couple of comments back to the questions raised. One of the persons is saying that we need to pursue a gradual shift to increase focus on agriculture as opposed to tourism, or do we use the current opportunity to pursue a more immediate shift? I want to just get a quick reaction to that because we want to move on. Helen's daughter, the question to you was whether you can link the region by Zoom for monthly meetings of this sort, as we sort of look at regionalizing the approach that you've adopted. So immediate or gradual? Very quick responses from the panel. And Helen's daughter, linking the region by the platforms that we have so that you can share the experiences across the community.
Absolutely, I'll be happy to share as much as I can across the region. We've already started to do so, as I mentioned, with in partnership with the University of the West Indies and Food for Change Caribbean. But I would be happy to open up our Agricultural Academy to the wider region as well.
Fantastic. And what about comments on whether we move immediately or we do so, you know, in a more immediate fashion, having regard to the opportunity and the challenges that we have been impacted by given COVID? Comments?
I mean, I see the tourism sector as a viable customer, off-taker of agricultural value chain output. So again, I wouldn't see it as an either or. The intention would be to continue building on the good performance of the tourism sector in these countries and leverage them to also pull the agriculture sector growth in terms of in their purchasing power role.
I think you're absolutely right. It's not either or, and I think we need to pursue the opportunities perhaps based on where we see the opportunities by cluster, and I think that's going to be fairly important as we move forward. So we're going to engage in a very interesting component of this, and we can have a chance to take a couple more questions if we can. If you could allow me to share the screen, I'm going to pull something up very quickly. And I want, is everyone seeing this? Is everyone seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yes, so I just thought it better to perhaps reflect it here than to try to read it. This is actually coming from the organizers, and I think it's spot on. I think the issue for us is for you to look at these questions. We want to engage, as it were, in a little bit of a quiz. We want to use this as an opportunity to get a gauge from you on what we perceive, what you perceive to be the important fillets or factors ensuring food and nutrition security. So if you look at that, we're going to ask you to take out your phones. And we are going to ask you on your URL, if you wish, and this is really important. We want to see how well this works. On your URL, we're going to ask you whether you could go to, I'm trying to pull it up here on my own phone. It was sent to me. Right, it's www.menti, let me just write it in the chat, www.menti.com, and the code you're going to use is 8488-2079. I will ask the participants, including the panelists, you're not going to be left out of this action, to go to this and to just give us a clear sense on what are the most important factors in ensuring food and nutrition security in the OECS. So I see that the OECS is most ready and they have it typed up there already. So thank you for that. I have to say that yours looks better than mine. So colleagues, look at this, go to the URL, and we want you to give us your own sense of what is the most important factor in ensuring food and nutrition security in the OECS. We're going to give you 3 minutes to do that while I ask the colleagues to make any other remarks that they want to make. I want to make one because as the colleagues comment on the really important survey, I want to say that we need to do some reconciliation. The region right now is faced with an unprecedented crisis, including a crisis at the individual level. Increasingly, we have families and individuals in the OECS that are increasingly becoming food insecure. And Dr. Philip, I hear you in relation to the NCDs, but I think we need to ask the question whether this is in fact not a proximate, right, or an ultimate outcome. To my mind, I think there are proximate factors that explains NCDs. One of the factors is if you look at the cost of food, and I'm saying this, I'm actually pivoting off several of the comments that came on the chat, including from a distinguished economist, agronomist from who works across the islands, also spoke to the cost of, if you wish, nutritious food, fresh fruit and vegetables. The cost of that relative to what we call ultra-processed foods is a huge driver. I can tell you that the research that we did years ago, and continuing when you go to the supermarket and you ask people shopping, why are you buying processed foods? Really, the most important determinant for people below a particular income level, which of course will vary, is cost. And I think really we have to start looking at this in a holistic fashion. I wanted to throw this out to you for discussion while we finish the survey, because I think cost is extremely important, and access. You know, accessing fresh food in rural communities, in parts of the country that are not, let us just say, heavily populated in terms of number of families per square mile, is in fact a challenge. And so what we heard from Ira and Maria becomes important. How do we deal with storage, and how do we deal with sustaining the quality of fresh fruit? And of course, all of that goes back to things that are key in the OECS, such as the cost of energy. It takes a lot of energy to keep things chilled as opposed to something in a package. So I wanted to put that to the audience because I think really we need to go back to a household and individual type analysis. And of course, beyond that, Dr. Philip, I think we need to also look at how do we get these countries to fund this for themselves in a commercial sense. I put that to the audience quickly. And I'm seeing a question here. Dr. Phillips spoke to that. Food security being the physical and economic access to nutritious, healthy food. That's right. And we're now talking about cost as a feature of access. So I'm thanking the participant for putting that there. And I see another comment from Alafia, my dear colleague from the University of the West Indies, speaking about the NCD factors and the concerns we have with sugar, salt, and of course the fatty foods, which is extremely important. But again, I'm asking the question, as we look at that, how do we look at cost and all of those factors? Please, panel, if you would comment.
Sure. So, but I'm sorry.
Ira, you can go
ahead, Aria.
Philip to comment.
Yeah, I'll go. You go ahead, Aria.
Okay, sure. No, I was just. I would like to say that all the interventions we're talking about, they're all very good, but they cannot be happening in a policy vacuum. I mean, we should be looking at the incentives for production and for consumption. We should be reviewing the policy environment, domestic support, subsidies, that is what will then give the framework within which to identify the levers to reduce the cost of healthy food.
Thank you for that. Dr. Philip, if you could give me a response in a minute or two. Can you go ahead, please?
Yeah, in 1 second, I think we have to reimagine our attitude towards food. There's a recent study that was conducted in St. Vincent, and it addressed the question of food sharing and bartering, and in relation to home gardening and own production. And it turns out that this model of food sharing neighborhood resulted in a kind of a food pattern, a dietary habit that resulted in much more diet diversity. So I think the question of always saying it is a matter of cost, we might get a bit distracted because it is a very easy scapegoat. I think we need to step back and take a more holistic view and ask the question, is it worthwhile to pay a little bit more for our health? If you think it is not worth paying a little bit more for being healthy, then let's continue to consume processed and ultra-processed foods. And that is the choice we have to make. Choice.
Got you. So I'm going to ask my dear Keetlin Carew, you have endeared yourself to all of us with your presentation. What is your perspective? And we already have the results on the screen. We'll talk about that quickly, and then we'll wrap up. I think we've had a good session. Keetlin?
Thank you, Dr. Antoine. Actually, I just wanted to touch on Ira's point in terms of the decisions and actions that we make cannot be in a policy vacuum. Because I think in terms of the food and nutrition security discourse, we need to think of one thing. We need to focus also on succession planning. Our farming populations are quite aging. They're small populations right now, and we need to attract larger numbers of particularly younger farmers. And again, that really depends on making the sector attractive and giving those incentives and that support. I think that that's the only way that in a way you will see a reduction in the cost of the produce, because right now you have very few farmers on island who can provide that nutritious produce, and they're going to ask for a higher price for it. Now, if there's a larger quantity, you will see that price go down. But again, we need to focus on making agriculture sexy.
Thank you. So I like focusing on making agriculture sexy. I'm using that because I think it is precisely that will draw some of our youth back. But I want to thank all of you because I think we're pushing right up on 10:45. I think what's really coming from this wide-ranging presentation and strengthening the food systems in a forum dealing with food and nutrition security is the importance of taking a holistic approach, including locating those systems in an enabling policy environment. I am of the view that in the OECS, we have not made sufficient use of that space. I'm of the view that at the national level, the same problems exist. I think there's an incredible opportunity if we look at the results of the survey for us to do a lot more work in education activities and social programs that address food and nutrition security at the community and national level. And that's why I spoke about the household. And I think what this is saying is more education and awareness. Because if people are educated and aware about all of this, it's going to make it a lot easier for them to make better choices. And Alathia, I know you're there. That also includes education and awareness on labeling and packaging, but as well on other things. We also see that there's a need for cheaper credit. And let me just say that this is an opportunity that is ripe for the picking in the OECS. We have credit unions looking for opportunities. We need to look at the policy, the enabling environment around allowing credit unions to invest in opportunities in other countries in the OECS or in CARICOM so that they spread their risk and diversify their portfolio. We need to look at how we get bankable projects to present to them. And then we have individuals who also want to invest in these things. And we need to look at the entire environment for crowding in investment in the agri-food system And we're not going to forget the investments in infrastructure, the logistics, the support, all of those things that we've seen. Colleagues, the rest of the voting is closed. We've spoken to it. First, education and awareness activities and social programs, access to cheaper credit, then government-funded agricultural research. Those are important. And I want to say we need to augment that with private sector research, which I think is a lot easier to obtain now, including using the platforms that we have, such as some of the projects in St. Lucia. Let me just thank all the panelists and all of the participants for a stimulating session. I think this has been useful, and I think we need to build from this. May I ask you, if you haven't done so, to share your presentations with the OECS. Dr. Reed, all over to you.
Oh my goodness, Dr. Antoine, you are coming for a job. You did such a fantastic job as moderator. And to our panelists, thank you so very much. I thought it was a very riveting discussion, and it took place all within the time it was supposed to. There was just so much conversation, just so much meaningful dialogue, and it is always reflected on how well your panelists do when you see what is said in the comments. Your audience are the ones who really showed us that they were very engaged and they were a part of the conversation. My biggest takeaways from our panelists, we saw how the pandemic has disrupted our supply chain. And so this panel discussion reinforced why food security is important, why self-sustainability as nations and as the region is important. To Dr. Phillips' word, he started off by explaining what it was, and he said it's the physical and economic access to nutritious, healthy food, and that is for all people at all times. We spoke about agriculture and saying that it is even more important now, and we need to make it sexy. No longer will we look at it as drudgery and slavery as back in the day, but we will also talk about the importance. We need a healthy population. COVID showed us that if we were not healthy, those of us with comorbidities were more vulnerable, and nations who had populations who were less healthy, they were the ones who had more mortality. We saw that we need to explain that agriculture is good for economic growth, diversification, employment, and job creation. We spoke about integration, looking at agriculture not by itself, but also tying it to science, technology, business, research and development, and intellectual property. And Sharu, what she said, Keithlin said, was that, formalizing your business is really important. It's one thing to be a vendor, it's one thing to be a higgler, but it's another thing to actually formalize your business so that you can actually benefit more. Of course, we had our ladies who, Ira and Maria, who spoke about modernizing agro-logistics. So it's one thing to be a part of one part of the supply chain, which is to produce. It's another part to figure out what the limitations are, how we can connect, and how we can upscale. And finally, what I thought was very important, and we saw it reflected in the chat by our audience members, is that nutritional marketing is important. We see the large corporations who sell the sugars and the ultra-processed foods. Their marketing strategy is good. Their budgets are big. And so we need nutritional marketing. And lastly, what Keithlin said, which was very important, is that the transfer of this knowledge can no longer be fragmented. It needs to trickle all the way from the top. The persons who have access, the persons who have intellectual capital and financial resources, it must trickle down to the very persons who are on the ground and in the trenches. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so very much. To our attendees, thank you for participating. We will be going on a very short break. You can get up, walk around, take a quick break. But before you do, we have a wonderful video for you. So you can take a look, and right after we come back for our masterclasses, make your way to the VFairs lobby area, click on your agenda so that you can see what the upcoming masterclasses are. Do enjoy.
Well, I see my vision for agriculture again to be agriculture to become, or what I say, the leading economic driver of the Federation of Navy Sinkers and Navies, and this includes almost every sector that comprises the agricultural sector, in my opinion. Crop production, livestock production and its entities, value added, the value added components, and of course the horticultural sector. A lot of people seem to forget that the horticultural sector is a big economic driver and a big component of the agricultural sector. And hopefully my vision, of course, along in that is that by 2025 the Federation could be at least 50% self-reliant of its food products of a country, and by 2030 75%. I know we cannot totally be 100%, but that ultimately will be my vision for the agricultural sector going forward.
Well, my vision for agriculture will start with, first of all, being able to feed our nation with quality food that are grown here on island, and helping us to become more self-sufficient when it comes to food production. As of right now, I know we import somewhere over $100 million in food, and I hope for us to somehow be able to reduce that and quite possibly put our country as food mecca of the OECS.
My vision for agriculture would be one that really looks at three things rather. One of the first things is having a sector in St. Kitts and Nevis and in the wider Caribbean really, that is highly productive, that we are aware of the things that are important for food and nutrition security nationally as well as regionally, and that we make some sustainable and systemic efforts towards increasing the efficiency and productivity of the sector. Apart from that, we can't continue to take those measures without taking into consideration the environment in which the agriculture sector here in St. Kitts and Nevis, in the wider region and really globally is operating in. And that's one that is more and more threatened by climate variability and change. So it is really important that in all our efforts to be more productive and efficient, that we ensure that we build in their adaptive capacities, and we ensure that there's resilience built into our efforts to become more productive. If we do all of that without taking into consideration that the agriculture sector and production and right through the value chain in the sector, agriculture itself contributes to the notion and climate change and variability, and therefore our efforts on the things that we do, our activities and priorities, we need to do them in such a way that it contributes towards mitigation as opposed to degrading the environment any further. So those would be what I want as a vision. That's my vision for the sector.
Is using the ordinary things that they use in the kitchen, for example, bicarbonate soda, vegetable oil, Epsom salt, and neem oil. All those things are natural chemicals which can be used instead of the harmful pesticides.
I believe that building a resilient sector is not a simple solution. It's complex, but it really takes building in our productive sector of agricultural production, food crops and livestock, building in resilient practices altogether. Some of those things that we did in the past and we did really well, when we look at good agricultural practices, intercropping, forestry, how we mix our farming system to ensure that it is diverse rather than one that relies on one or a few commodities. We want one that is diverse, so that in the event of these natural disasters or any sort of extreme climate impact, we have a diversity in our system at the farm scale, at the household scale, at the village, right up to the national and regional scale. A system in which there's diversity. And I like to use the idea or state that there is resilience in diversity. And I believe that if we have such an idea or attitude at every level, the agriculture sector, then we could ensure that there's some resilience being built into the sector.
Presently, we have some challenges with wind, because as you know, we have been hit tremendous by the hurricane, and most of our natural windbreaks have been hit heavily hit. So presently, I have also grown some windbreaks back.
and we would want to try and start this masterclass. We have the first of the two masterclasses that are being run currently at this time. And this is day 2 for those of you who may not have joined in the masterclass that I moderated yesterday. I am Juletta Edinburgh. I am going to be the moderator for this masterclass this morning. And day 2 of the dialogue is focusing on food security and nutrition. And so this morning, in this masterclass, we would be focusing a little bit more on food security measurements and indicators. So we had a very vibrant panel a few minutes ago looking at food security and nutritional issues. And in this masterclass, we have a little more, we will now delve into some of the discussions surrounding food security and measurements. Food security is an area that we've been speaking a lot about in the region over the years, but the pandemic brought this to the fore, and now issues related to food security. Food security is a common word now in households. We have heard throughout the sessions yesterday that in this digital age, we have to be more data-driven, and that policies need to be informed by data. And so the session today is relevant in looking at indicators that we would be considering to be able to measure food security issues. We note as well that we've had discussions about, in the panel previously, about import substitution, and there are discussions surrounding reducing import bill in the ECCU by 25% in the medium term. To be able to monitor that, we need data to do that. And so this is critical in looking at some of these indicators that we can consider to monitor how we are progressing in the region with issues related to food security, issues related to reduction in the import bill. To guide us through the discussions this morning, we have 2 esteemed presenters. And so this session we have to try and manage carefully, because we have two presenters who are very knowledgeable in this area. And so in the interest of a smooth flow of the session this morning, I am going to introduce both presenters at the onset. The presenters have indicated that their preference is to flow through the presentations and then entertain questions at the end. So I have asked each presenter to try and ensure that the presentations are done in about 20 minutes, so that we have time at the end to be able to entertain some of your questions, because I know the participants would have a number of questions this morning. A reminder as well that the questions are to be posted in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. So at any point throughout the presentation, you can post your question. You don't have to wait until the end of the sessions to post your questions. And I would then relay those questions to the 2 speakers, and they will provide the appropriate response. So now I would introduce both presenters who you're seeing on screen. So the first presenter is Professor Rohani Maharaj, and she is the coordinator of food science and technology in the Department of Chemical Engineering at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus in Trinidad. She is a quality-focused professional with membership in American Society for Quality, the Institute of Food Technologists, and the Caribbean Food Crop Society. She has also written extensively on food quality and safety. And to get more information on Professor Rohani, you can find her bio in detail on the VFA's link. Dr. Madhur Gautam, he is a lead agriculture economist with the Agriculture Global Practice at the World Bank. He currently leads the Agriculture Public Policy and Expenditures team and is the coordinator of the World Bank Group's multi-sector team on COVID-19 and food security. His research interests include agriculture policy, productivity growth, agriculture markets, and food security. So from those short introductions, you recognize that we have a wealth of experience this morning with us to take us through this discussion. So without any further ado, I would hand over to Professor Rohani, who would start with part one of the discussion. And then once she's completed, Dr. Gautam would then present part two of the discussions this morning. So over to you, Professor Rohani.
So thank you, and a pleasant good morning to all our participants and viewers. I would like to thank the organizers of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the ECCB, in collaboration with the OECS Commission, the World Bank, and the University of the West Indies for inviting both Dr. Gautam and myself to be part and parcel of the 5th Growth and Resilience Dialogue. So our masterclass today will be on food security measurements and indicators, and it will be a shared presentation, and Dr. Gautam will follow right after me. So my presentation will consist of the following outline as noted here in the slide. But before I start my presentation, and let me just hide this floating panel so that it's not interfering with the visibility of the presentation. Let me express my sorrow on the current situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and of course my concern for the people there and their livelihoods, and the impact of this disaster on their own food and nutrition security. I think this is of tremendous concern for all of us at this time. So in terms of food security, the most commonly used definition is from the 1996 World Food Summit, where food security at the individual and a household, national, regional level is achieved when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious foods which meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy lifestyle. And my colleague mentioned this morning, he spoke at length on Leroy Phillips, he spoke at length on the definition as well. So food security is really a difficult concept to measure, since it deals with very broad terms with production, distribution, and consumption of food, while food insecurity lends itself more readily to measurement and analysis. Now, one end of the spectrum, we have food security, and the other end, we have food insecurity, but you will see that these terms are used interchangeably. You will also notice that nutrition security is sometimes as well used interchangeably with food security, but the definition for nutrition security is much broader, and it encompasses care, health, and hygiene practices. Another terminology that you need to bear in mind is the FAO's definition of undernourishment. And undernourishment is really considered to be an extreme form of food insecurity. So let us take a look at the number of food insecure people worldwide. And according to the FAO, we are still off track to achieve the objective of ending hunger by 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. But even before the COVID pandemic, what we're seeing is that global food systems were already under stress. And that is due to a variety of reasons: increase in population growth, increase in demand for food, economic downturn, climate change, limited land, etc. But in 2019, I want to show some statistics from the FAO. An estimated, and if you look at the first chart here, an estimated 2 billion people in the world were considered food insecure. And nearly 1 in 10 people were exposed to severe levels of food insecurity. And 8.9% of the world's population are undernourished. So given globally, the burden of malnutrition remains a challenge. And when we look at estimates of malnutrition globally, and we look at children under 5 years of age, we see about 21% of those kids were stunted, that is, they had low height for their age, 6.9% were wasted, low weight for their height, and about 5% of them being overweight. So this situation may get worse if we really don't take action urgently. And looking now at food insecurity at the Latin American, the Caribbean level, again, we're seeing undernourishment was 7.4%, which is below what we just saw in the slide previously. But looking at this slide, we're seeing 48 million people in 2019 were undernourished. And out of that, 7.2 million are from the Caribbean region. And out of that, 2.7 million people of the English-speaking Caribbean are currently considered food insecure. So the Latin American region, they have seen a rise in the number of undernourished people increasing over the period between 2015 to 2019. So we really cannot afford to get too complacent on this matter of food security. I will now touch on a little bit about the major indicators of food insecurity. Food insecurity is important as the consequences of food insecurity can impact all facets of our society, and it has political consequences, it has public health and economic consequences, and it's also a driver for a government policy. So just think about it, a poorly nourished nation is a less economically productive one. So I just want you to get some food for thought here. And then from the definition of food security, we can divide food security into 4 dimensions or 4 pillars. And looking at food availability, as Dr. Leroy mentioned this morning, ensuring that we have sufficient quality and quantity of food supplied through either domestic or imported foods, including food aid. And then we have food access, which means all individuals must have sufficient resources to obtain appropriate foods for a nutritious diet. And then utilization. Utilization refers to food that is both available and accessible, not only a nutritious diet, but also a healthy physical environment. And then stability. Well, to be food secure, a population, household, or individual must have access to adequate foods at all times, and they should not risk losing access to food as a result of natural disasters, climate change, COVID pandemic, or even the pending eruption of the volcano. So an assessment of food security indicators would rely on some indicators which are estimates of the extent by which food insecurity exists in any particular country. And these indicators may be derived from these food security pillars that I just mentioned over time, or a combination of these pillars. And then we have data, can probably be quickly analyzed, some of the data, or even some may be very difficult. And it may involve a lot more comprehensive analysis and statistical analysis to give results. But below, if you look at under each of these pillars, below are some of the examples of the indicators of food insecurity. So let's discuss a little bit about how we go about measuring food security and food insecurity. Well, there are different methods used worldwide to measure it. And the most widely used methods are what I have listed here in the slide, which you can see here. And I will briefly touch on these as time doesn't really permit me to go into any depth for any one of them. So when we look at the dietary intake assessment, this really looked at the individual's dietary intake through different methods. And the first one would be the 24-hour recall, where the subjects report all food and beverages consumed within the past 24 hours. We have the food frequency questionnaire, which I call the FFQ, and the subjects then report on how frequent certain food and beverages are consumed over time. And normally we will use like a year time period. And then we have the diet record, where subjects record all the food and beverage consumed over 3 consecutive days, and which includes 2 weekdays and 1 weekend day. And here we see the advantages and disadvantages of this method here. And then the other method is anthropometry. And this really, this indicator is commonly used in national surveys and is based on weight and height of infants, young children, youth, and adults. And again, I have listed the advantages and disadvantages here for you to take a look at. Then we have another method, which is the FAO method. And this estimates calories per capita at the country level using the food balance sheets and energy intake variance data derived from household income and expenditure surveys. And again, the advantages and the disadvantage of this method here. When it comes to the household expenditure survey method, this is really based on interviewing respondents in their household on the amount of money that they spend on food and other necessities. And some of the inputs needed will be the quantity of food bought and the cost associated with that, the foods received by any household, whether it's gift or payment for work, the food grown for consumption by household members. And this method estimates calories consumed on average per household member per day. And again, the advantages and disadvantages of this method. And then now we have this, the food insecurity experience scale. And this was created by the FAO in 2014, and it provides really a common measure of food insecurity that can be used to track and study food insecurity around the world. And this metric is really a metric of severity of food insecurity, both at the household or individual level, and it really relies on people's direct yes or no responses to 8 brief questions regarding their access to adequate food due to resource constraints. And believe it or not, CARICOM conducted in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, as well as the World Food Program and the FAO, CARICOM conducted a survey done very recent in January to February 2021 on this food insecurity experience scale. And respondents reported that, and the survey was done, and they were asked these questions, whether they had, money or resources, and how it is related to food insecurity. And 45% of the respondents indicated that they were worried they didn't have enough food to eat. 41% were unable to eat a healthy and nutritious food. 51% indicated they only ate a few kinds of foods. And overall, the results show that 24% of the respondents were moderately food insecure, whilst 14% were severely food insecure, right here in our backyard. Another method that I am not seeing data for CARICOM and even the ECCU countries is on Global Food Security Index. And this is really a complex index developed by the Economist Intelligence Unit. And the GFSI indicators are measured at the national level, and they assess the overall food security environment for 113 countries, and they give them a ranking. And here I'm showing you the ranking for the first 19 of these countries out of 113 in terms of overall food security on a global basis. So let's bring home a little bit and talk a little bit about what is taking place in the ECCU. So just some general statistics. I mean, you know, we have a big population in ECCU. The GDP growth rate has taken a big dive in 2020 because many of the islands are heavily dependent on tourism and hospitality. And with the pandemic, what we're seeing is that many of our islands have had to shut our borders down. Businesses have had to shut down. People have lost their jobs and livelihoods. And even yesterday, the governor of the ECCB indicated that the food import bill was $1.4 billion or 7.9% of the GDP. And this is very worrying as consumption of many of these imported foods and we will say processed foods would lead to these non-communicable diseases or NCDs and really increase our susceptibility to the COVID. So right now, I would say the Caribbean is really hurting because our economies have been decimated with COVID and other natural disasters, and we're seeing what is taking place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But let's not lose hope. There is still optimism for this year, particularly with the drive for vaccination, and hopefully we can resume our businesses and open up our borders soon. So when we look at the contribution of agriculture to the GDP, agriculture has really played a central role in the ECCU economies. And in countries, if you look at this chart here, you would see, like, for example, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada, where agriculture is a very important sector for the economy. And it contributes, for example, if you will see in Dominica here, 17% of the GDP, whilst St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, about 7% of the GDP. So very important. As well as agriculture also contributes to a significantly larger share of employment. And agriculture and agro-processing, you know, you have to understand that it fuels economic growth. And it's a very powerful tool for reducing poverty and undernutrition in our part of the world and improving the quality of our lives. So my lesson and my takeaway here is, folks, we really need to diversify our economies and to be self-sufficient in food and agriculture. When we look at a snapshot of the OECS, this is what I'm seeing here. We are relying on imported foods. We need to improve our contribution of agriculture to GDP. There are high levels of unemployment for young workers. We have an aging farming population, inadequate farming systems, limited agro-processing, prevalence of NCDs, climate change, COVID, and then we don't have enough data in terms of measuring our self-sufficiency and food security issues. And here now, just to show you that, yes, we are importing a lot of foods. We're eating all of these foods that are high in, you know, sugars and salts, etc. And it's going to place a burden on our healthcare system. And then let's talk a little bit about what are some of the opportunities and investment priorities in the ECCU. So we need to look at policies related to food security, poverty reduction, and social protection systems. We need to have synergies between agriculture and food security. We need to invest in transformation of our agriculture and agri-food sector. We need to have clustering of smallholders to increase their enabling power to achieve, you know, more cheaper input supplies and sell their produce and make a profit. We need to invest in scientific research, and we need to strengthen our public health capacity for early detection for the spread of pests and diseases in our plants and livestock. And then we need to ensure environmental sustainability and enhance climate change resilience. And we need to focus on climate smart agriculture. We need investment opportunities to strengthen trade and the value chain linkages. We need to design and support our national food security action plans and build robust quality assurance systems. And then when we look at the impact of disasters on food security in the ECCU, well, you know, this COVID is really it threatens, it's threatening to undermine the gains that we have made in recent years in the prevention and control of these diet-related NCDs, because the temporary lockdowns have resulted in panic buying. It's created a sense of food insecurity at the country level. We're seeing poorer households have reduced food consumption and negative coping strategies, including mental health issues, simply to put food on the table. We are seeing a significant dietary shift away from fresh produce towards highly processed foods, again, as I mentioned, high in fat, sugars, and salt, and leading to overweight and obesity in our region. And the loss of the nutritious meals by I call them the school feeding kids, they benefit from the National School Meals Program, is another casualty of the COVID pandemic. And these threats are now further exacerbated by these climate change issues that we're having, droughts over average hurricane season, disasters like the imminent volcanic eruption that we're seeing. So we need to talk a little bit about resilience in our food production system. Caribbean people are very resilient, and there is an urgent short-term and long-term imperative to develop and strengthen our regional food systems through increased production of food, and we need to trade this food within our countries. So we have to support our small-scale producers and entrepreneurs, because they're trying to fill this gap. They're doing a marvelous job, right? And remember, agriculture has a dual role in ensuring food security, providing nutritional food, but also building our economies, diversifying our economies, bringing wealth to our nation. The current situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has brought home the point. As a region, we need to have a viable food security plan, right? I know there's a regional food and nutrition security policy, and in many countries, we have enabled the action plans in place, but just remember, no small island in the Caribbean can manage on their own. And as a region, we have to have better possibilities, and we have to work together to ameliorate these disasters that are pending upon us, right? So I really want you to take that message home. And my closing comments would be, folks, can we grow what we eat and eat what we grow? I listened to the governor yesterday. Can we reduce our food import bill by 25% in the next 3 years? And we need to export. We need to diversify our economy, focus on agro-processing. Can we export much more of our unique value proposition? And we have wonderful products in the Caribbean, our hot peppers, avocados, cocoa, julie mangoes, breadfruit, nutmeg. Let's try to move our economy and be prosperous for all the peoples in the Caribbean. I want to thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Rohani. I won't introduce myself, as I was already introduced earlier, but Professor Rohani has laid out a pretty comprehensive picture on what the measurement and indicators need to be that we need to look at. What are the relevant ones? But one of the things that I think that we also need to do is, since everything costs money, you can't do, there is no end to collecting information and data. The question is, how do you strategize to identify what kinds of informations are necessary? And this information and data also needs to feed directly into policy. As was said earlier, it is important that the policy be informed with hard data. So it is evidence-based. To target the right kinds of issues and the right constraints that countries, especially small island states like the Eastern Caribbean states, face. So this is, in this sense, it's important to understand where the vulnerabilities lie and what are the channels of transmission that basically work through towards food insecurity and for nutrition insecurity. And here, I think it's important initially to sort of try and look at what COVID has done. And COVID has sort of exposed a lot of the flaws. These were not new flaws. Of course, COVID added some additional wrinkles to it and complexities. But there were a lot of these flaws that are long-standing flaws that need to be addressed. Then, in terms of the presentation, I'll go quickly into looking at priorities for what a transformation of a food system might look like. So where do you sort of want to throw the light in terms of identifying issues, in terms of strategic focus, and then look at some of the key issues in the transformation of the food system in the Caribbean, and then sort of very briefly touch upon, if I have time, to look at sort of what the World Bank is doing and how the World Bank is supporting the Caribbean states in this endeavor. So first, on the COVID-19, and it was unlike any other crisis. I think we've all experienced it. I don't want to belabor it, but what it has done is it triggered a deep and widespread economic crisis. And a significant impact were felt on food security, food and nutrition security, through all available all channels of transmission that we normally see. It's access to access and affordability, it was availability, and then there was utilization and nutrition. And here, I think one thing that one has to remember is that these impacts were not consistent and the same in every country. One, there were differentiated impacts because of the timing of the COVID, the time that COVID hit, and also the nature and types of issues that different countries face. And as I see, in the Caribbean, it seems like COVID cases have started to rise late in 2000, early 2001. So some of these issues might be sort of hitting the countries now, and you start to see, as Professor Rohani was saying, the inflation rates and the food insecurity. See is globally a dramatic increase in both the number of poor, and the World Bank estimates show that a dramatic increase in the number of poor for the first time after many years, a reversal of poverty at the global level. And of course, different countries are affected differently. And I believe Latin America, Caribbean countries are going to be impacted quite severely as well. And the other was, as Professor Rohani already said, a rise in number of food insecure, and a very dramatic rise in the number of people on IPC 3+, which is in emergency food crisis situations and famine-like conditions, including some in the which is a doubling since the number of effective doubling since the number of 2019, and our estimate suggests that actually this is going to continue increasing into 2021 as these things have, as COVID has protracted impacts. So what we are seeing is COVID coming on top of existing challenges that countries face. Here, as you're all well aware, natural disasters are a major issue in the Caribbean. And not only was the Caribbean recovering from Irma and Maria and the hurricanes, but now you have other issues. Plus, there are macroeconomic challenges, widespread losses of jobs and incomes as markets were disrupted and labor markets were disrupted. And then supply chains initially were disrupted, and governments responded quickly in sort of putting up green channels and keeping the food moving. But there was also initial shortages in labor and agriculture input shortages that have, luckily that has not happened as much. But in some countries, there are still issues. But there are, one of the biggest impacts that you see, especially in the Caribbean states, small Caribbean states, is the vulnerability due to high dependence on food imports and also exports. And in the East Caribbean states and Caribbean states are basically impacted by both food imports, but your exports are basically, you earn sort of trials and tribulations in the sense that the local costs then fluctuate with the currency costs. As I said, the small island states are particularly at risk because they concentrate both in a few exports, but high dependence on imports. And that makes it, it's a little bit more of a challenge. Now, when you look at the global markets, agriculture, at this time, there is no shortage of food. So when we look at food security and nutrition concerns, at least at the global level, and also across most countries at the national level, this is not a major issue in the sense that we were lucky that global production and stock levels were at all-time highs. So agricultural prices have actually stayed pretty resilient. Energy prices fell, and lately they've started to rise, but there are a number of factors. The fact still remains that even in 2021, we are projecting, and also FAO and others are projecting, that the outlook for agriculture food production is pretty good. And that said, even this rise in prices that we see now is not as high as what we saw in 2011, which was actually not nearly as high as what we saw in 2007. So as far as the crisis is concerned, we are not, current crisis is concerned, we don't face any inherent problem of availability per se. The big problem lies in access. And here, two factors are very important. One is the prices. And here, the East Caribbean Central Bank, the data provides that, in fact, actually, the prices, while they have been high in some of the other regions, at least in the EC states, they have been actually low. And what you're seeing is negative inflation. Food prices are slightly higher than overall CPI, but the food prices have not actually increased as much as is in some of the other countries. So that's the good news in the sense that the prices haven't gone up pretty high. What the main impacts have actually materialized through access in the reduction in terms of the reduction in incomes. As Professor Rohani was saying, the tourism industry was decimated, and given the high percentage of labor that's employed in the tourism industry, that seems to have been the biggest issue. And that has actually, and I won't go through these numbers, I think I've highlighted, I've circled three key things that are very important to note. One is reduction in loss. Two is local increases in food prices. So although overall food inflation doesn't seem to has not increased, the people are still reporting in the same survey that Professor Rohani mentioned, still increasing in food prices, which of course, even a slight increase in food price will have an impact on the poor whose incomes are low, but also then get cut in half or reduced significantly. And that has led to reduced food consumption and reduced, basically leading to more food insecurity. As you see, almost 30% of the people. And this seems to be rising over time. So coming into February, the green bars show that the impacts are still being felt. And it seems like a bit of a prolonged and lingering outcome. Now, in terms of addressing food security crisis, there are a number of risk areas that we see. I'm trying to be mindful of the time because I know we want to leave some time for question and answers. So I'm going to go through some of these risks areas fairly quickly, and I just skip over this one and look at sort of what solutions have been adopted, and these are some of the lessons that might be useful in terms of dealing with emerging situations. This, of course, is very generic across a lot of circumstances. The first response in terms of the loss of jobs and incomes is a scale up of safety nets. And here, what we've been focusing on in terms of supporting countries and scaling up these safety nets is to make sure that cash is important, but where food is not available, that doesn't really help. So there needs to be a mix of cash and food. And more importantly, there needs to be, and you're giving out food packages, and food support, it has to be nutritionally balanced. We have to make sure that they are. The second is the value chains, the food value chains tend to be mostly in the MSME, small micro enterprise sector, and they're all mostly in the informal sector. These tend to be were hit the hardest by COVID because of labor restrictions and labor movement restrictions. So that becomes a big issue. And one important thing to do is to make sure that these value chains stay alive. And that the safety nets, we need to think about how to sort of cater the safety nets to the small, medium enterprises. Second is to make sure that the food markets are open and the markets and supply chains keep functioning. Third is leveraging local institutions to sort of use the collective action to sort of reach out to people, because in places where you don't have safety nets already in place, it's important to sort of reach out to people en masse, and also help them in terms of the scaling up of marketing outputs and accessing markets. Facilitating inputs to farmers, making sure that the SMEs have some business continuity. So whatever support is provided to individuals, I think it's also important to provide to SMEs to keep them alive so that they don't go under. And then last not the least is to make sure that the short-term relief basically does not forestall long-term long-term sustainability of the food system. And this is critically important to sort of start targeting long-term drivers of food security. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. There are issues, there are designs, and there are manners in which we can support the people in the short run without having to necessarily compromise the long run. In terms of the long run, building back better, what might look like? We need to start focusing on resilience, the One Health agenda. COVID-19 is a clear example of pandemic risk when we ignore issues like One Health. Then you have the supporting countries to build up and strengthen scalable shock responsive safety nets, promoting climate smart agriculture. Livelihood diversification is important in terms of sustainable growth, innovation systems, investments in innovation systems and support services, very important. Expanding digital solutions to overcome some of the traditional markets. This has been one of the major responses a lot of governments have had in terms of closed markets and broken supply chains, is resorting to e-commerce and e-trading platforms, and that's been extremely helpful. Address choke points in supply chains, make sure that markets are kept open and upgraded with due respect to social distancing and other measures. Trade policy and facilitation reforms to reduce any kind of impediments that are, and promoting regional trade integration. And last but not the least is repurposing agriculture policies and support systems. Countries are already under fiscal stress, and it's going to be really important to make sure that the limited resources are targeted at the best possible use, and importantly, to remove the incentive distortions that drive technical allocative efficiencies that basically also result in suboptimal outcomes in terms of production patterns, which contribute to nutrition problems when the production structures are skewed in one way versus the other, and also investment in in value chains to upgrade the markets and value chains. But when you come to look at the food system transformation in the Caribbean, as Professor Rouhani said, agriculture is still quite important and has a huge potential, which seems to be unexploited. What are the key issues that are seen, that we have seen in our engagements? One is nutrition remains a challenge. I mean, some of it is a measurement issue, but I'm glad that Professor Rouhani was able to dig up some of these numbers. The two things that are quite important here are the rising level of obesity, and that is in some senses the result of the kinds of foods that are easily available in the market. And here, the studies, estimates from FAO suggest that the cost of a nutritious and a healthy diet is 2 to 4 times more than the cost of a nutrition sufficient or calorie sufficient diet. That itself gives you a strong incentive for people, and sort of helps explain why people opt for certain foods out of economic necessity. The second big issue is low productivity of agriculture. Here, the scale of operations and high transportation costs are major issues, structural issues that need to be dealt with. And there are ways doing this, and I'll turn to those in a short while. The second, of course, does not need to be belabored, is the vulnerability of climate change. One has to look at how to make agriculture much more climate smart. Underdeveloped value chains is a big issue. Deficient agro-logistics and limited agro-processing, low competitiveness of agricultural produce. From what I understand, the landed cost of potatoes is actually significantly cheaper than what can be locally supplied, and one has to wonder where exactly those issues are. One is a simple logistics cost and the higher cost of production because labor costs are high, but there's also food safety and food standards issues that are associated that a lot of the big retail and tourism industry would want to see. They want regular supplies. And then the last but not the least is the weak linkage, which is sort of linked to the agro-logistics and the value chain problem. But the point here is there's a huge untapped potential and that can be met through local fresh food production and supply to these chains. There are some challenges that the islands face. One is a small size of the economy. One, the total population is under 700,000. And as you look forward into the population projections for the UN, it's likely to, and it is going to decline further. So this has both demand side effects because the size of the domestic market is limited. But here, the big opportunity is that you have a huge market in terms of the tourism supply, and that remains to be exploited. It's not well exploited. On the supply side, you have this economies of scale simply because small production levels means high unit costs. And then you have geography, the high risks, vulnerability to climate change, but also transport and logistics costs. Any inputs and outputs and products that are imported or exported, the logistics and transport costs are extremely high. And that makes the region very uncompetitive in terms of, that needs to be looked at and see how that can be overcome to become more competitive. Let me put it that way. The second is the economic structure of agriculture, relatively small fragmented farms. It makes it a big challenge to sort of scale and achieve the scale that is needed to be competitive. And then, of course, the traditional marketing channels need to be upgraded to basically keep up with the rapid changes in the globalization of the food industry. But again, these are the structural issues, but they also provide opportunities, which is the potential to import, the substitute for or help meet imported fresh food product and a substitute for imported fresh food products that are used in the tourism industry. About 60% is imported. What share of that can be produced at home and supplied to these, and what needs to be done to be cost competitive there, and provide the consistency and quality and the quantities that the tourism's predictability in the supply that the tourism sector needs. And those are the kinds of issues that I think one needs to look at. Moving up the more attractive value chain segments and value addition is a huge agenda. Raw products will always be more costly. Value addition helps in reducing the unit costs of transportation. Then you have also huge potential in terms of small farms is one, but some of the East Asian farms are even smaller, and so is in Central and South America and some parts of South America. The collective action becomes extremely important to overcome these economies of scale, both for inputs and outputs. And lastly, and not the least, tackle the productivity problem, technology upgrading, as well as for marketing and transportation in terms of the digital application of digital technologies. Some of the priorities, data systems, I think one needs to look at what the issues are, look at keeping these issues in mind. What is a core set of indicators that you want to see, and what kinds of data systems you want to put in place? One is on the farming systems, others on policy monitoring. The third is on food security, of course, and then nutrition security. Cost of availability, markets and prices are extremely important. Climate resilience is a high on the agenda. Technology and applications is extremely important. And here, one is to look at the public expenditures to see how much is actually going into R&D services and promoting technology upgradation and modern technologies adoption and applications. Inclusive, efficient value chains on what is the enabling environment and what needs to be done to strengthen markets and empower the smallholders to link to value chains. But also think of innovative models where, like the productive alliance models, where you have a tripartite agreement between the private sector, the financing sector, and the smallholders to start to look at how to sort of build alliances that can overcome some of the traditional marketing challenges. A lot of these productive alliances have been built across several countries in Central America and the Caribbean and Southern America. And I think you can certainly have a lot of lessons to be learned there. Food safety and quality is extremely important if the tourism industry is to be broken into. Reducing food loss and waste is a huge part of the agenda, and the global estimates are about 30%. I'm not sure how much it is on the islands, but I suspect it's quite large given the high cost of transportation and the poor logistics and storage facilities. And lastly, incentives. Are the policies and support systems aligned? Do they provide incentives that are aligned to desirable transformation of the food system towards sustainability and nutrition outcomes that we want? This is a foundational element for productivity growth on farm as well as off farm. And here, some lessons from some of the other countries in the Caribbean are that the incentives are somewhat distorted in the sense that the producer support is extremely high, which the flip side of which is that the consumers get hurt in the sense that somebody has to pay for it if you're going through market price supports, market distortions. If the prices are kept high, then it's the consumers who are paying the producers. And then the producers also have, without incentives to improve productivity efficiency, you have what you see as a downward spiral, which you want to avoid. Some of the priority areas, the World Bank, I think I want to stop here in the interest of time. Just quickly, we are engaged in a number of different countries, and there are some priority areas that we sort of currently engaged in. Inclusive tourism, sustainable tourism, economic diversification, marine pollution, climate resilient and inclusive agriculture, strengthening resilience to natural disaster. These are in the OECS. And then, of course, there are a number of other countries where we are engaged. And some of the recent and past engagements have provided support to the governments on various islands to support recovery from previous disasters and build capacity for future shocks, improving sustainability and growth and livelihoods, supporting development of climate resilient programs, and strengthening sustainable management of natural resources. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam and Professor Rouhani, for detailing some of the issues in relation to food security and the priority areas that we need to consider in the region and more specifically in the ECCU countries. I would like to invite anyone who have questions to post those in the Q&A box so that their presenters can address. There was a comment that was made in the chat in relation to access to inputs and that local inputs such as organic trash are not used enough, but this may need some further support. That is a comment that we receive, and so we thank the participant for providing that comment. There were also commendations in terms of the insights of the presentation. So I do not see any questions in the Q&A at the moment, but I would like to pose a question to both of you. Professor Rouhani, you in some of the stats that you provided, you mentioned that there was, I think, 45% inadequate food availability that one of the surveys reported. And that sort of caught my attention because given the tradition in a number of our countries, more specifically the countries in the Windward Islands, where they have traditionally focused on agriculture, it was striking because it caused me to wonder then, what are some of the reasons for food security, insecurity, and lack of food security in our region? Is it lack of knowledge in terms of production in these countries? Is it access? Is it just a preference for taste across the region? So what would you say are some of the factors that may be contributing to food security issues in our region? And can some of these then be these non-tangible issues be factored into some of these methodologies that you have outlined? So if you can just give us your thoughts on what you think is driving some of these issues that we have in the region, given that the Windward Islands have traditionally been agricultural-based economies.
Thank you, Chair. The thing is, I think it's a combination of factors. It's not one particular factor that is influencing. It's a combination of, our reliance on imported foods, the fact that, we have limited land availability. We are planting certain types of crops. We haven't diversified enough. So it really lends itself to a variety of reasons, and we need more, as I indicated, the data that we're getting is really limited in terms of really zooming in and getting some concretized, reasons and action, and so that we can build some action plans behind some of these. We know that prior to COVID, yes, we are seeing a downturn in the economy as a result. People, the food prices have been spiraling very, very high. People cannot afford certain foods, and more so now with COVID and closure of borders, people have lost their jobs. And so it's a big problem. People can't afford to buy, and they're buying certain types of foods and really what they can afford, and that is leading to health issues as well. So it's really a combination factor, and we need, I think, in the region, we need to really look at this thing in a deeper way and do some more surveys and get good data so that we can come up with better strategies in terms of how we can alleviate some of these burdens that are placed on our population.
The issues surrounding data are always going to be a challenge for us in the region, but the importance of ensuring that we have data to really monitor and some of the issues in relation to food security is indeed a critical one. I have a question from one of the participants, and the question is, would you comment on the impact of the low level of education of farmers generally in the region in the ability to respond to opportunities and adapt to challenges? And I have another question, and so time is not going to permit us to have accept more than these two questions. So I'm going to also give this second question as well, so you can try and respond to both of you, and then we can try and wrap up. How can livestock farmers overcome the question of overpriced imported feedstocks for the production of poultry so that one can reduce the imports of poultry products from abroad as far as Israel and other countries? The participant is saying. So if we can get some feedback on those two questions, that would be useful.
Well, certainly with respect to education, I think we can do a lot more in trying to educate our farmers and our agro-processors in terms of practices, and so on. And at the university and the Faculty of Agriculture, I think we're doing a tremendous job. We're trying to reach out to our farming populations, and so, but we could always do better. And I think we have responsibility as a government, as institutions, to be able to develop our farmers and to educate our farmers, because these are the people that put food on the table for us. So we got to also nourish them with education. And that will help in terms of practices, good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices. So I do feel that there is need for us to assist our farmers and educating our farmers in terms of good agricultural practices, the use of technology, etc., how to control pests and diseases, how to eradicate some of these diseases, etc. So there's need for more and more of this, and we have to do more as government and institutions, private sector, we all need to play a role and understand how critical this is for our economy.
Thank you. Can anyone respond quickly to the question in terms of the livestock farmers and the overpriced important?
Yeah, right, and that I do understand where that person is coming from, because yes, a lot of the imports and the those input supplies tend to be very expensive, and we need to have incentives to be able to encourage our farmers to be able to afford these things. So yes, there is a component of agriculture that needs to have incentives, because with the incentives comes affordability, and then the price then becomes affordable for us as the consumers. So again, it's the role of our governments and our institutions in helping, and even in supplying what is the most appropriate input supplies that we need, and the sourcing of these input supplies. How can we readily source them at good price and good quality so that we can benefit in our island? So that's a very good point that was raised as well. And yes, we really don't want to go and import as far as Israel and other countries. We need to ensure that food safe. We need to look at our food safety issues here and develop our regulations and improve on what we do here, boost our processing here, so that we don't have to go too far. Right in CARICOM, we could be trading of goods. We can be buying goods and putting money right back in the Caribbean rather than going so far. Why aren't we doing these things? It's not rocket science, but I think it's how do we come together? No man is an island, and we need, as these small islands in the Caribbean, we have to now, talk. We've walked the talk, but I think now it's really, we need action, right? Because we can't continue like this. So we got to come together and work together. And when you see the synergies that can take place in the Caribbean region, it will be like, wow, why didn't we do these things before? So I do feel that, we need to find mechanisms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth Growth and Resilience Dialogue, a two-day event where we've been discussing digital skills and jobs, as well as food and nutrition security. Today we welcome you and thank you for joining us for our masterclass. Today we'll be focusing on promoting ecosystem tourism to advance the development agenda of our region. And I'm happy, it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists for today. Mr. Samuel Raphael, who is a Dominican-born ecotourism pioneer, and he's the managing director and developer of Jungle Bay, Dominica, which is a world-famous resort. Sam will be sharing with us today his secrets for success over the last 2 decades of his pioneering work on developing a financially successful and replicable community and environmentally friendly tourism model that focuses on the triple bottom line: protecting the environment, promoting health and wellness, while providing opportunities for upward mobility for local people. Sam has been named as Virgin Holidays' top contributor to responsible tourism and is recognized as one of the Caribbean's leading entrepreneurs with successful ventures in aviation, tourism, and real estate development. So we are quite excited to have such an accomplished entrepreneur right from our region who is going to share his wealth of knowledge with us today on how we can advance our tourism product sustainably and use the resources we have that will ultimately redound to the benefit of our people. So Sam, I'll invite you now to share your screen with us. And when you're ready, we look forward to an enlightening presentation. And again, I just want to welcome our viewers who are joining us via Zoom, as well as on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Please feel free to pose your questions, after which Sam will entertain. Thank you. Sam?
Thank you so much. I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon, I guess, to the listeners out there. Again, kudos to the central bank. I think they are the main organizers of this event, and all the other parties. The timing couldn't be better. We're at a break point. We can say we have a before COVID, like a BC, it's a before COVID period. And now we are heading make some changes from the way in which we So I'm delighted to present on sustainable tourism. I kind of broadened it away from just ecotourism because I wanted to touch a lot on the social side of tourism. As a Caribbean person, that's critical. So the environment is key, and also the social, socioeconomic side of tourism, and see how we can maybe make incremental changes to improve tourism in our region. I'll just tell you by way of my personal background, you kind of touched on it there, but I was born in Dominica and my family migrated to the Virgin Islands in the late 60s. That time, there was a number of factors affecting our region. Of course, Fidel Castro had recently nationalized US interests in Cuba, and there were a lot of American investors looking for what they call safe places to invest in the Caribbean. And that's when we saw a big push to a lot of these Eastern Caribbean islands with a lot of US investments, in particular investments from elsewhere in tourism. And from there, I did go on to the mainland US, the University in Washington, DC. After that, I came back to the Caribbean, to the Virgin Islands, but I was dreamt about, which is tourism that is linked to the preservation of the environment, supporting the social empowerment of the people of the Caribbean, and also helping to preserve the heritage and culture of the region. So this is sort of my background. As suggested, been involved in a number of entrepreneurial ventures, including commercial aviation, which is tangentially linked to tourism. And so it is from that background that I will make my presentation. So We'll start with the traditional Caribbean tourism. Where did this thing start? And my research showed that it started somewhere in Jamaica sometime in the 1800s, where persons came from Europe and in some instances from North America, and they wanted to convalesce in a nice warm climate, and that they did, especially during the winters. What has happened from the picture on the left to the picture on the right? Some people will say a lot has changed. Other people will say much hasn't changed. We have an industry that's still largely foreign owned and managed in terms, especially in the hotel sector. We have had limited entrepreneurial and management participation by the local population over the past 100+ years. That is getting better, but we are still not seeing that significant impact where it has transformed these societies. And then we have significant economic leakages. And I think we touched a little on this, which in the previous presentation where we talked about agriculture and food security, where we haven't really made that link between agriculture and tourism as part of the supply chain of the tourism industry. And the tourism industry has been rather stagnant. It's a successful brand, a very successful brand, and maybe because of our success, we have become complacent. Caribbean tourism, past and present, what are we selling? Well, we're selling sun, sand, sea, and there's a fourth S, let's leave it at smiles. For now, that's what we're known for. How are we doing? Well, if you look at the picture on the upper right and you're a minister of tourism and you see all of those people on the beach, numbers are what we're looking at, and some people may think that this is a very successful product there. And we go to the picture on the lower left, and that's a typical large hotels, and of course, numbers, what they count, numbers including employment. And so the bigger hotels, the more we employ, the big cruise ships, and we still have people coming to the region simply we have a lot of forced to make an unfortunate choice, and the presentation by developers have the input of this. It's affected our marine life, it's affected our coastlines, and especially now with global warming, we have a lot of risk from the rising tide. And how will that affect our tourism, being that we are on the coastline with these hotels? We are disconnected from the local population, as I touched on earlier before, especially the youth, which is the future. And now we're faced with a huge threat of competition. We have been dealing with competition from the larger economies in the northern part of the Caribbean. Before, in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of instability in the larger countries. So Cuba was certainly out. The Dominican Republic was known for its instability. So was Mexico. And Jamaica did have some, but there was still some reservations. But now these countries are pretty stable. And a disproportionate amount of the investment in the Caribbean have gone to these larger economies where economies of scale make sense. You can imagine if you get up on an island on a beachfront and you don't know which island it is, certainly the larger economies of scale, have an advantage because they can provide the things that you need at a more affordable cost, and it can be more efficient for investors. And so the new investment in the Eastern Caribbean, the small islands, have been stagnant. Now, my office, we spoke to several persons, and I wanted to get some specifics. So I will kind of read a little quote from Frank Comido with the Caribbean Hotel Association. in terms of, he stated, and I quote, the pace of development for the Eastern Caribbean is significantly below that which we are seeing in the aggregated Caribbean data. There are several factors to this, including the cost of doing business, airlift access, cost and ease, branding, investment incentives, and generally ease of doing business among key factors cited by potential investments. He said, I may add, these are also downside factors for much of the Caribbean when measured against Asia by the investment community. So this, if we're comparing the Eastern Caribbean with the larger economies, we're seeing where we're slipping behind because we cannot compete. We have a similar product and they have a much larger economy, easier in terms of air access, because that's all about numbers. And a number of those factors, the supply chain is easier there and much more affordable. We have a larger pool of prospective employees to pick from and so on. So we're now competing in an environment that's hostile to us because we're small and we don't have the economies of scale in these small islands to compete with a larger economy that provides basically the same thing at a more, doing it so more efficiently. But it goes beyond the rest of the Caribbean because the next chart, we can look on investment in other regions. And again, when the 2.4 growth we've seen from 2005 to 2010 for the Caribbean, that is a positive because, largely because of the larger economies of the Caribbean and Latin America. This is not reflective of the Eastern Caribbean. But if we go to the center of the chart, we see Asia. And Asia is now the new elephant. We've seen the growth in tourism investment at 6.1% in Asia. And that's oftentimes because Asia is the emerging giant. You have market source in Asia and you have the warm tropical islands and regions in countries that were, I mean, Vietnam was in crisis in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and Cambodia, and just Indonesia, you wouldn't want to invest there because of the instability. So global stability has really brought an environment where it's now, the go-to places are those countries that are larger, that have better economies of scale, and the better known, historically Caribbean. You see, the Caribbean is the most tourism dependent region. We're still the most tourism dependent region. Yes, I think I lost you. I apologize for that. I will continue with the presentation anyway. Environmentally friendly activities is an area we talk about ecotourism. We certainly have, I hope I'm not cutting across the moderator. Should I just continue?
Yes, you can continue, sorry.
Apologize for that. So what do we do? Certainly environmental friendly activities is one area that we can jump into now. We have a lot of hotels that have been sort of semi-dormant or even shut down. They're retooling, they're rebooting their product. Why not decide to do this in a way that is more forward thinking? So you're not going to tear down the hotel and build something right now that is an eco hotel. But the hotels that we have, there are things that we can do to green that. One of them is the activities that we can offer as a destination that would enhance our tourism brand. It's not taking away from the sun, sand, and sea to engage in a number of sporting activities and other activities that the new generation of health conscious persons are going to be looking for. We have a dwindling population of people that just want to lay out in the sun and possibly get skin cancer, at worst, and they want to end up doing things that are active. So, you've got issues in terms of health. We can go from medical procedures. We're seeing some of this done in some of the larger Caribbean islands, and this is something that can be, attached to or affiliated with the industry in the Caribbean. Rehabilitation, everything from, physical rehab, post-surgery or whatever, to drug rehabilitation, substance abuse rehabilitation. That's a part of tourism, and this should be part of the Caribbean tourism also, including boot camps and ways everyone wants to be fit, thin, and lose weight. We got the wellness side of things with yoga, the spas. We've got great herbs and a great history of bush medicine in the Caribbean. This is one of the areas that one of the things we should promote. Certainly our cuisine is very interesting. It should be healthy cuisine. We've got a lot of organics, and we can, again, going back to the previous discussion, link tourism with agriculture so that we can have a win-win on both sides. Certainly a lot of, again, nature-based activities. Now, the heritage and the traditional way of life of the Caribbean is very interesting, because even though these small islands, we collaborate, we have to compete against each other sometimes. But each island has its unique heritage and its unique foods and certain things. If I go even islands that are twin island countries, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbuda has its uniqueness. Antigua has its uniqueness. Certainly Dominica has its uniqueness, and St. Vincent. So all the islands, we need to promote our uniqueness as part of our tourism product. We need to do this more. And there are new emerging areas. One is voluntourism, which is where you link, especially with young people. This is something that's very important to them. They want to travel with a purpose. So they want to go on honeymoon or vacation in the Caribbean, but they want to do something to help support youth, to help support communities, maybe paint a school or something. And this is a way we can enhance our tourism product to differentiate ourselves from the other just tropical markets. And then we now have the nomad movement. And this we've seen, I know Barbados jumped on it early on, where you have persons that want to live and work in a warm place in the Caribbean, and this is gonna continue. This is not just a COVID phenomenon, because a lot of businesses are not gonna go back to where everyone has to be in a central office and you have to pay this high rent. So it's an opportunity for persons to work from the Caribbean and, for 3 years, 4 years, and move around. And so this is something, another form of tourism. It's longer stay tourism, but this is another avenue that's open to the Caribbean region. So we will now take you to Jungle Bay, which is the project which I am the pioneer of, the managing director of. The Jungle Bay, again, is my brainchild, and the whole idea was to develop a tourism facility that would take you back to nature. As a child, I remember camping. This was a long time ago in a national park, and deep down, I always said, look, I want to develop a campground. I want to have something where visitors can come and really walk through and enjoy nature. We call it the bush, in the Caribbean. And so this is a little more high end than the campground, but at the end, this is what it evolved to. On Jungle Bay, we've got 89 rooms. It's a well-regarded property. It's all villa-style buildings. And this is some of the activities that we've done successfully. The original Jungle Bay, by the way, opened in 2005, and we operated successfully for 10 years. And in 2015, we got hit by a tropical storm. And at that time, actually, I was in the process of developing a sister property in Barbuda. And it was early on, we were doing development planning because we really had been overrun. We had too much demand for the property in Dominica. But when the tropical storm hit us, we decided to rebuild a much larger property in Dominica, but design it in a way that you don't feel overwhelmed. So it's 60 individual buildings, you know, surrounded by a lot of tropical trees, giving a feel of, you know, the Garden of Eden, and folks can come out and just de-stress. It's all about de-stressing. It's all about physically exerting yourself in nature and then preparing yourself to go back to the world, you know, where you're now re-energized, you know, and you're ready to face the challenge, hopefully with a third eye, so you don't end up being as stressed. So you've got the pictures of the weddings. Everyone wants to get married, you know, in a unique way, very different than the other one. In our island, it doesn't all have to be on a white sandy beach. There's so much other scenery and so many other things we.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Mr. Raphael has dropped. Apologies for that technical interruption, but it's one of the realities that we have to contend with as we deal with technology and live streaming. So he's gone through so far some of the ways. He was just speaking about how we can differentiate our tourism product, highlighting a number of activities that we can explore to get this done. So he highlighted one of some new concepts, for example, voluntourism, where people more and more are looking for purpose and meaning in their life. So it's not simply about getting on a trip and seeing a new place, but actually contributing to what's happening there. So so people are looking for more. And I think we have Mr. Raphael back up with us.
I don't know why we're dropping. It doesn't seem to be dropping on our end, but I will again continue, and I will kind of try to wind it down there.
No worries. I was just explaining to the audience, it's one of those things we have to contend with doing things virtually now. So
yeah, I'll have to look on our end to see, because our internet is supposed to be really strong, but this is what that's happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll continue.
We'll continue. Yeah. So there, you know, so many things that you can offer, and we're just giving examples. Everything doesn't have to be like this, but in the slide we're looking at right now, we have an entrepreneur mentorship program, where we actually, as a hotel, as a property, take young Dominican prospective entrepreneurs and those that have started small businesses and so on. They are guests for a long period of time, you know, maybe a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, and we mentor them. We bring in successful entrepreneurs, persons from the international community, the banks, government agencies, and really kind of try to create, you know, an enabling environment so that young people can feel comfortable and can feel nurtured, so that they can go out there and engage in successful business ventures. And so far, last count, we had close to 40 small businesses that came from our incubation. So, I mean, we're a hotel, we're a resort, you know, we're in tourism, but again, you have to be linked to the local community and to the success of the local community, because these are the people, by the way, that end up being the car rental companies and creating the supply chain and getting the greenhouses and doing farming to provide for the hotel. And on the right, that's a picture of our staff. And here's some of the other things that we do. We actually developed a number of libraries with our literacy programs throughout the rural parts of Dominica around where we're located. And we've been involved in the development of a home for severely disabled kids. And you see some of the volunteers doing the volunteer tourism, and they love it. This is, you know, to them, you know, the most exciting part of the visit is that they get to mingle with the local people. And this we cannot discount. So again, going, you know, I touched on this earlier. 2015, Jungle Bay was ranked as #2 TripAdvisor small hotels in the Caribbean. You know, a lot of it is based on, I mean, this is all guest feedback. This is not industry. This is just the word of the people that actually enjoy the product, how great they felt about it. We had almost a closed shop where it was all basically return guests, because they got to link with the staff, they got to link with the community. And again,
Ladies and gentlemen, again, our apologies for this break in our transmission from our panelist, Mr. Samuel Raphael. We seem to be experiencing some internet outages. But again, we thank you for joining us and for your patience and understanding as we navigate this digital age. Unfortunately, these are some of the realities that we have to contend with when we are doing things virtually. But we crave your patience, and hopefully Mr. Raphael will reconnect shortly. He's been speaking to us on how we can develop ecotourism to our benefit, contributing to the developmental agenda of our region. So how can we use our resources to make that a reality? And I see him back online with us.
Yeah, I don't know. I apologize for this, but I was just winding down really
Sure.
when I made that last pitch. So I will leave it at that. Again, I apologize for the glitches. I don't know where they came from, but I hope that I was able to at least convey a picture. And I am happy to get the responses of the persons that are listening. I'm happy to get their corrections if they don't if they don't support, some of the assertions that I made. But again, I think all in all, these are just gradual things. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater because it's a successful brand, but we certainly need to do the Caribbean Tourism 2.0 reboot post this COVID crisis and come out a little greener, a little more, linked to the community, and in terms of a little more futuristic in terms of the Caribbean, how we're going to move the economies and move the people of the region. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael, for such an enlightening presentation. And I think it was even more beneficial for us because we have such a wealth of knowledge in that you've been immersed in this industry for over 2 decades. You have hands-on knowledge of what it takes to make, capitalizing on our resources successful reality. We already have some questions in the Q&A box. I'm going to go straight to that so that we can have your take on some of the questions that have come out so far. And for those who are joining us, we are here discussing ecotourism, sustainable tourism, and how we can use what we have in our region to redound to our economic and developmental growth. So our first question comes in is, what's your take on the Chinese invasion on our islands in the tourism industry? It says, look at what's going on in Grenada, at Las Sagas and Levara, Mount Hartman, for example. The best spots on the island are now to be developed and populated with 5 to 7-star hotels. So what's your take on what the term, we have an influx of some new nationals and to our region. What's your take on that movement and the effect on our tourism industry?
Well, I would not want to seem, to be myopic and to, I'm certainly not opposed to persons investing in the Caribbean from anywhere. We should welcome all investments that come in as long as they follow certain guidelines and leading towards where we're going to, because we need the direct foreign investment. But certainly I think the local people, we have to step up. That's it. If we don't fill that void, somebody else is going to come from the outside and fill it. And somehow, between the governments, between the academics, between the institutions, and so on, we need to be very clear in terms of where we're heading, and we need to step out of our shells. Who's going to bell the cat in Grenada or these places? This is what we need to step up and do. And then, there'll always be this rift. Now, a lot of this new development is driven by citizenship by investment programs. And this is something that is interesting that maybe we need to have a separate conversation about because the CBI program, they attract, I think, two different types of investments in tourism. One is the genuine tourism service provider that can use the CBI program as a means of attaining investment capital to develop something that's meaningful. But then we also have another group that's using it sort of just as a cash cow. And the long-term tourism investment that they're developing is not really relevant. And it may, in fact, not be sustainable. So this is the bigger concern that I have. And how are the policymakers, how are they guided, how are they advised on which project is really something that's going to be sustainable down the road. And I think that's probably in some of these islands, because a lot of this is CBI driven. We're fortunate to have CBI. We don't have oil. We don't have a lot of, other natural resources. So we can now raise capital for tourism and other investments. But I think we need to be very careful in selecting the investments that's sustainable and that lead to our goals. But again, a lot of the islands, we don't have these goals, and we basically approach things in an ad hoc manner. So I think what we need to look at the areas of concern, the communities need to come out and say, well, we would like to see this there, that there, and we'd like certain things done a certain way. And now we have established a plan or a guideline for the development plan for the community or the area. And any investor that would come in would have to somehow meet, the guidelines or the plans that we have. But absent of plans, we are just going to have this ad hoc debate back and forth. And, so I hope I answered the question. I didn't give a yes, no, or because these things tend to be fluid. But I think we, the people of these islands, we really need to step up and take stock and put some things in place so that our people can, step up the next generation and would have the capacity to do so that we can now be the contributors. And I don't think anyone would we would not treat our islands like somebody else would. So I always think if you got local people, our navel strings are buried here, this is our island, and we will be the best stewards. And whenever we have the opportunity to do so, we should support local developers.
Thanks for sharing your perspective on that, Mr. Raphael. And it's interesting that you brought up and touched on the CBI, because that was actually a question that came in. What's your take on it? And I think our viewer who posed that question got a good perspective on how best we can utilize that program and that stream to help augment our tourism sector. But you hit the nail on the head. The islands, this is our country, this is our region. We have to look at it, and we know it better than others. So we need to advocate for what we want to see here. Having gone to the sun, sand, and sea and smiles, what's next, what can be best, and make the plan to make it happen. So I'll go to our next question now. And the viewer asks, how much have we been doing to utilize our volcanic origin to create a bigger and better tourism product, besides trekking on the slopes of or soaking in a few spas around the region? And this is very poignant at this point. We have, all the activity in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, we send our love and support to our brothers and sisters there. And so this viewer wants to know, how can we capitalize on our volcanic nature besides the traditional ways that we have been doing so far?
Mm-hmm. Again, it's a liability to volcanoes, but it's also an asset, because everything is both an asset and a liability here. And we can certainly, I've been to Costa Rica, to volcanoes in Costa Rica, and that's a very expensive tour, and it's something that okay, so you've got to deal with the reality of this, but it should certainly be part of your tourism product. How many people before this explosion in St. Vincent really, how much was that volcano tied into the tourism product? So now it's an opportunity we're seeing, and we have many of these islands that have volcanoes, and persons interested in travel now and experiential tourism, these are the things that they are interested in. So, we need to start identifying our assets, and these things are our assets. We don't see them as our assets, but we need to first talk about them, and then we chronicle them, and then we can see how we can market them or how we can utilize them to advance, the livelihoods of the people, certainly of the surrounding communities. One of the things that we did at Jungle Bay is, before we started construction, we had meetings with the communities so that we could hear from them in terms of what their goals are, because there wasn't, again, a tourism development plan. So in meeting with the communities, one of the days we spent just identifying and chronicling assets in the area. And you'd be amazed, because the people walking into the meeting thought we didn't have anything in the area. There's nothing tourists would be interested in seeing and doing. And at the end of the meeting, we had so many that we had to start cutting back, because all the old heritage trails where, the grandmothers used to walk to go to market, or all of these things, we have to bring them back to life. The way For instance, some of our guests, when I walk through with them on the property, I would let the family chop down a bunch of bananas. Now, what is it in the Caribbean to chop down a bunch of bananas? That's a nuisance. But imagine if you only knew a banana that grew in Whole Foods or some kind of store, and you
I'm so sorry, we've seemed to lost Mr. Raphael again, and he was just in the middle of talking to us about how important it is for us to look at what we have around us and think about new ways on how we can package it for our tourism product. He was speaking about as a Caribbean people, many of us, if not all of us, have the experience of chopping down a banana tree or climbing up in a mango tree to get fresh fruit, and we would look at this activity and think that it's nothing special. But what if you were someone from another country who was only seeing these fruits inside of a supermarket, and yet you have the opportunity to now come to one of our islands and actually pick the food? We can package that into an experience that is a tourism product. So we really have to look at this thing with new eyes, um, new lenses outside of the traditional tourism products that we've had. So Raphael, I was just rounding up your point. I know this has been, a little frustrating, but the point that you just drove home about looking at things with new eyes, it really calls for renewal in our thinking as we, re-envision what the tourism product is going to be in the future.
a lot of people, I think most of our guests are happy that they're staying in a place that's locally owned. Okay, that's unsaid. I don't announce it. We don't discuss it. But people in today's world, it doesn't matter where they come from. They want to connect with where they are, where they, the part of that experience, and no one can tell our stories like we can. And so I think, at all levels, you may not be able to develop a hotel like Jungle Bay right away, but you may, do some inbound tours where you can take people on some of these, hikes and tours where, and maybe the developer of a hotel might not be able to tell that story because, they don't have an auntie like yours and a grandma like yours to show the people how to make, castor oil and how to make coconut oil and so on. And these are the things. This is where the opportunity is, where you can make a mint by doing these things. A local restaurant. We ask, what are nice local restaurants to get vegan foods and all of these things. This is what the Caribbean tourism industry should be. This is the next level. And this is where the opportunities are, really. We find all our people going away and studying to be, an abstract. Everyone wants to be in IT and, oh, this is good. But this is the largest industry in the region. And if we, as the Caribbean people, could step up and play our role and not just mimic what had been done before, but bring in our diversity of experience of life to it. I think this is where the future of tourism is in the Caribbean.
Definitely, I agree. We're getting ready to wrap up, but I have one more question here for us, and it's it's talking about the resources that we have, protecting what we have, especially as we have other investors coming into the region. Is there more that can be done from a policy standpoint to make sure that we protect our resources, our sands, our beaches? I know, for instance, in Australia, the Great Barrier Reef, I think it's even in legislation that you cannot remove anything from the beach when you get there. So is there more that can be done from a policy standpoint to safeguard our resources?
Absolutely, 100%. And this is where I think we need to have the honest, meaningful discussions with the communities, with the academics, with the political directorates, with the investors, with the banks, with everyone, because this is, this is the future. This is not just today. This is down the road. We have the greening movement and so on. We really need to sit down and come up with a comprehensive economic development plan for tourism that certainly takes into account the environment. So you can't just develop an environmental plan absent of the economy, because then you're going to end up with conflict, or the economy absent of the environment. So we really need to sit down and island by island come up with a very clear plan could be amended slightly from time to time, but at least it's a starting point to where, point out where we are and where we want to go to. And I think this is very helpful to potential investors also, because when you step into a situation, you can say, this island is not for me, or this is exactly what I would like, and this is how I can enhance that. But if we don't come up with the plans, with the coastal management plans, with all these plans, developers come in and they basically have these ideas, and it may be harebrained ideas, that don't make sense. But what do we have to balance this with? And it puts us in a situation where we either chase the investor away, and we could very well use the investment if it's in a meaningful way, or have a developer develop something that half of the community is not pleased with. So I think it again, the responsibility is on us as the islands, as the people, to come together now that to be, going forward, hopefully in a slightly different direction, to come up with these comprehensive plans, these community plans, and so on, so that we can see where we're going. And for the first time, the people of the Caribbean will get to shape our future. We haven't had that conversation, and I think it's great, that persons like yourselves are out here starting this. And for me, this is the beginning of the conversation, which is why I was happy to get on board, when I got the invite.
Mr. Raphael, thank you so much for sharing with us. I mean, it's been such a wealthy discussion on how we can really use what we have right at our fingertips to really capitalize and catapult us into that next realm of development using our resources. It's been a pleasure discussing with you, and we thank you on behalf of our listeners via Zoom and Facebook for sharing your wealth of knowledge. Again, we've been speaking with Mr. Samuel Raphael, who is a pioneer in our region in the area of ecotourism, among other fields. He's the managing director of Jungle Bay Resort in Dominica, and encourage you to get out there and visit. It's
Absolutely.
When you can. And Mr. Raphael, we wish you all the very best. I'm Karina Phillips Somerset from the ECCB. And Mr. Raphael, any final words before we log off for our session?
No, thank you. It was very, very meaningful. I don't know what some of the technological glitches are, but hopefully you'll have enough there that you can have something in a library. And again, this is just the beginning of the conversation. It needs to be community by community, island by island, and eventually the Caribbean region. And I'm looking forward to us really moving forward with this very, worthwhile and imperative discussion that we must have and we must continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, and all the best.